Chapter 2339. If he had not reacted in time and dodged quickly, not only would he have lost an arm, his entire body would have been split into two. Who is it? Qin Feiyang clutched his wound and suddenly turned to look at the void behind him. However, he did not even see a shadow. Could he be hiding in a space divine item? Qin Feiyang's gaze was gloomy as he released his divine consciousness and scanned the void. He did not find any traces of a space divine item. There was no need to think. The person who sneaked an attack on him must be hiding in a space divine item and had the soul concealing stone. Damn it, I won't let you off. The golden falcon let out a roar as a destructive aura rushed out from its body. Self-destruction. Qin Feiyang raised his brows. Clang. However, right then, that sword gleam appeared again. However, the target this time was not Qin Feiyang but the golden falcon. The golden falcon did not expect that the person in the dark would actually attack it. Right then, its huge body was mercilessly split into two by the sword gleam and it died immediately. Qin Feiyang stared at the sword gleam and focused his mind. The person in the dark would definitely attack him again. True enough. After killing the golden falcon, the sword gleam suddenly turned in the air and charged toward Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Hiding your head and shrinking your tail. What a coward! Qin Feiyang shouted. The emperor statue immediately appeared and raised the blood sword in its hand and slashed furiously. Boom! The sword gleam shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that this person's cultivation level was not high and was probably similar to the white falcon. Otherwise, the emperor statue's sword could not have shattered the sword gleam so easily. However, this person was hiding in a space divine item and he was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he swooped down and swept toward the Nirvana divine tree at the mountain peak below. This person hid in the dark and attacked him sneakily and killed the golden falcon. He must be coveting the Nirvana divine tree as well. Therefore, he had to get the Nirvana divine tree first. Clang. But right at the moment he swooped down, the sword light suddenly appeared once more, and its sharpness tore through space. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a burst of anger. He stopped in the void, and without hesitation, evolved the divine dragon seal, and blasted it towards the sword light. The two met in an instant. The sword light was crushed once again. However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to continue flying towards the peak of the mountain, he suddenly felt a fatal danger. Following closely, a black dagger entered his lower abdomen from his back. So fast. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He turned his head around and saw a black-clothed woman standing behind him. She was laughing coldly at him. The woman in black pulled out her dagger and took a few steps back. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You're really hard to deal with." Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and supported his falling body. He slowly retreated and stared at the black-clothed woman. This woman only had the cultivation of a large success divine lord. However, the dagger in her hand was a supreme-grade divine artifact. But that's not right. The previous two sneak attacks were clearly a sword light. Could it be that this woman had another divine artifact in her hands? Where do you think you're going? A man's voice suddenly sounded behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, who was retreating, suddenly froze and came to a realization. There was more than one person. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled to the side. However, just as he turned around, a fist landed on his back. Boom! Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground below. He finally saw that man. It was a middle-aged man, also dressed in black, holding a 3-foot-long battle sword in his hand. Obviously, the person who had sneak attacked him previously was this middle-aged man. That battle sword was also a supreme-grade divine artifact. And the middle-aged man's cultivation was also a small realm higher than the black-clothed woman, a consummate divine lord. Don't blame us for being despicable. You can only blame yourself for showing too much strength. We could only sneak attack you. However, we have to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, we might never have gotten this Nirvana divine tree. The middle-aged man stood in the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was falling continuously, and sneered. You win. Qin Feiyang said gloomily. As his voice fell, he smashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed on the spot, drowning him. What's the use of having strength but no brains? The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully and looked at the black-clothed woman. Madam, he must be dead. Let's go and get the Nirvana divine tree. The black-clothed woman nodded. The couple immediately flew to the mountain peak. As for Qin Feiyang's death, they did not have any doubts. First of all, Qin Feiyang was already seriously injured when he fought with the Golden Falcon. Then, under their sneak attack, first one of his arms was broken, then his sea of qi was destroyed, then he was hit by a punch, and finally smashed into the mountain. After suffering fatal injuries consecutively, even a consummate divine lord would not be able to survive, let alone a mere low-level divine lord. The couple landed on the mountain peak and looked at the Nirvana divine tree greedily. Madam, you must keep the Nirvana divine tree a secret. Otherwise, if the people in the village know, especially the village chief, they will definitely be greedy. The middle-aged man suddenly said. I know. The black-clothed woman nodded and pondered for a while. When we go back, we will immediately head to Black Rock City. Okay. The middle-aged man thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Then, he uprooted the Nirvana divine tree and carefully put it away. Then, the couple looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the sky. After the two of them left, the place gradually calmed down. Sigh. About 100 breaths later. Suddenly, a faint sigh was heard. A black-clothed young man covered in blood crawled out from a broken piece of land. It was Qin Feiyang. Not only was he covered in wounds, but his body was also covered in dirt. After crawling out of the soil, he lay on the ground and looked at the clear sky with a bitter smile on his blooded face. He never thought that he would end up in such a sorry state. Originally, he could have entered the ancient castle. As long as he could avoid the couple's sneak attack, when the couple appeared, he had 10,000 ways to kill them. But since he decided not to rely on the heaven-defying divine artifact, he had to do it. However, although he was in a sorry state this time, he still gained a lot. The Divine Dragon technique was upgraded to the legendary level. The Fire Phoenix technique was upgraded to the pinnacle level. The Eclipse Moon and Return to Ruin technique were both upgraded to the perfect level. The Guyuan Sword technique was also upgraded to a superior level. His strength had increased exponentially. Now, even if he didn't activate the 6-word divine technique and use the heaven-defying divine artifact, he could still be called a king below the paramount god level. It seemed that this decision was right. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to abandon these trump cards and rely on his true abilities to find a breakthrough in battle. I must maintain the heart to enjoy the battle. Qin Feiyang muttered. Because only by enjoying the battle would it be easier to improve the level of the divine technique. Of course. Enjoying the battle was only secondary. The most important thing was the gate of potential. After opening the gate of potential, whether it was comprehension or potential, it was far superior to others. Right. Nirvana divine tree. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shivered and hurriedly got up. As his body twisted, a sharp pain suddenly came from his body. This injury, even when facing the dragons, it doesn't seem to be this serious. Qin Feiyang sat on the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't go to the top of the mountain again. Because he knew that the Nirvana divine tree must have been taken away by the couple. What a pity. Qin Feiyang shook his head and was about to take out the Spirit Sea pill and the Divine Life pill. Rustle. But suddenly, a series of light footsteps entered his ears. He was stunned and looked towards the direction of the sound. The footsteps came from a forest on the left. But when he looked at the forest, the footsteps disappeared again. It shouldn't be a beast, because beasts wouldn't be so low-key. It couldn't be the couple, because they wouldn't be so low-key. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and shouted, I see you, don't hide, come out. Not long after his voice fell, a 17 or 18-year-old woman in yellow came out from behind a big tree and looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Next to the woman in yellow, there was a black-clothed young man in his 20s. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang with a cautious expression. However, their cultivation was very weak. The woman in yellow was only a pseudo-god. The black-clothed young man had already stepped into the war god realm, but he was only a beginner. "Who are you? Why are you hiding there?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The two seemed to be very flustered. Qin Feiyang's expression eased and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Besides, I can't hurt you in my current state." Since these two little guys appeared here, it was very likely that they knew the couple. Sneak attack him? This debt couldn't be settled like this. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. The yellow-clothed woman said timidly, "Don't fool us, although you are seriously injured, with your cultivation, a wisp of divine sense can kill us." The black-clothed young man also nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You're pretty smart. Not bad. Even if he was seriously injured, even if his chi-si was destroyed, to kill a pseudo-god and a war god rookies was as easy as blowing off dust." The black-clothed young man glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the yellow-clothed woman and said in a low voice, "Even the Golden Falcon and Li Dashan are no match for him. Let's hurry up and leave." Li Dashan and his wife. Although the voice was very soft, Qin Feiyang heard it clearly and was slightly stunned. He really knew the couple. If that was the case, he couldn't let the two of them escape. Immediately, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the two of them and said, "If you chase me away, I'll kill you." Their eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Come here right now." The two of them trembled and took small steps, trembling as they walked toward Qin Feiyang. "Hurry up!" Qin Feiyang roared. Like thunder, it passed into the minds of the two, shaking their blood. Their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. The black-clothed young man summoned his courage and stood in front of the yellow-clothed woman, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Senior, if you want to kill me, please let Xiao He go." Chapter 2340. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He glanced at the yellow-clothed woman and the black-clothed young man and asked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Of course. But I don't want anything to happen to Xiao He," the black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. "Since you're afraid of death, why are you here?" "I didn't want to come. It's Xiao He who wants to come," the black-clothed young man said with a trace of helplessness. Qin Feiyang turned to the yellow-clothed woman and asked, "Why are you here?" I want to see if you're dead," the yellow-clothed woman stammered. "See if I'm dead?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He frowned and said, "So, you want my interspatial ring? If I'm dead, it'll be convenient for you." No. "I don't think so, I just want to see if I can save your life." The yellow-clothed woman quickly waved her hand. "Save me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This answer was simply unexpected. He said suspiciously, "We're not related. Why are you here to save me?" The yellow-clothed woman lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Feiyang's eyes. The black-clothed young man protected her. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Xiao He is such a kind girl." Qin Feiyang was stunned. They were not related. She didn't know whether he was a good person or a bad person, but she came to save him. If the black-clothed young man didn't trick him, she was really a kind girl. However, how could there be such a kind person in the world? Qin Feiyang, who was used to scheming, couldn't believe it. But at this moment, the yellow-clothed woman took out a spiritual sea elixir and a divine life elixir and handed them to Qin Feiyang timidly. Qin Feiyang was stunned again. "Your injury is very serious. If you don't treat it quickly, it may affect your foundation," the yellow-clothed woman said softly. Qin Feiyang stared at the yellow-robed woman, then at the divine life pill and spiritual sea pill in her hand. He was in a daze for a long time. He actually gave him pills. It seemed that she was indeed a kind-hearted girl. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and reached out to take the pill. Both pills only had 3 pill veins. Normally, he wouldn't even give them a second glance. That was because any random pill he took out would have more pill patterns than this one. However, he took it and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. He didn't want to reject this kindness. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him. His expression relaxed completely, and he regained his usual smile. The two of them were taken aback. It didn't seem that scary after all. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "What are your names?" "I'm Li Feng." "Xiao, his full name is Li He," the black-clothed young man said. "Li Feng, Li He?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why did they have the same surname as Li Dashan? Qin Feiyang said, "Then when did you come?" "Xiao He and I have been training nearby. Just now, we suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a battle, so we came to check it out of curiosity," Li Feng said. Li He was still hiding behind Li Feng. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you see it?" "We saw it." Li Feng nodded and hurriedly waved his hand. "Senior, don't worry. We won't tell anyone." "Why are you nervous?" "It's nothing shameful." Qin Feiyang was speechless. They were so timid, yet they dared to come here to train. He really admired the courage of these two little guys. Li Feng was stunned. After thinking for a while, it seemed that there was indeed nothing shameful, so he smiled awkwardly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know the couple just now?" "We're from the same village." "Of course we know them." Li Feng nodded. "The same village?" Qin Feiyang was stunned again. Shouldn't people from the same village be united against a common enemy? In the end, they came to save him. What on earth were these two little guys thinking? If Li Dashan and his wife knew about this, they would immediately scold them for being traitors. Li Feng added, "However, I don't like them very much." "Me too." Li He also said. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the two of them curiously. "Their character is not good. They always bully everyone just because their cultivation is stronger than everyone's. They even dared to offend Li, his father." Li Feng said in disgust. "Your father?" Qin Feiyang looked at Li He. "My father is the village chief. His cultivation is very strong. He is a consummate divine lord." Speaking of her father, a trace of pride appeared on Li He's face. "A consummate divine lord," Qin Feiyang murmured, "isn't he similar to Li Dashan?" "Their cultivation is similar, but their character is different. My father never bullies the people in the village." Li He glared at Qin Feiyang, thinking that Qin Feiyang was saying that her father was the same as Li Dashan. "Don't be agitated. I didn't say that your father's character is bad. I just said that their cultivation is the same." Qin Feiyang was speechless. Li He was stunned and hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm sorry, it's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. This little girl was so innocent that it was scary. However, this innocence was not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, she met him today. If she met someone with bad intentions, it was hard to imagine what would happen. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is your village far from here?" "Not far. It's just outside this mountain range," Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Okay, take me to your village." "Why are you going to our village?" Li Feng immediately became vigilant. It could be seen that he was much more alert than Li He. Qin Feiyang said, "Look at my injuries, I have to find a place to recuperate." "Recuperate?" Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang with some doubts. However, Li He glanced around and nodded, "There are too many fierce beasts in this mountain. It's really dangerous." "Xiao He," Li Feng frowned and stared at Li He. "Did I say something wrong?" Li He looked at Li Feng in confusion. Li Feng shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Senior, I have no problem with you going to our village, but you have to promise me that you won't hurt anyone." "Do I look like a bad guy?" Qin Feiyang was quite depressed. He had tried very hard to show an amiable look. Why was he still so vigilant? Was it related to his current appearance? That was right. It must be so. After changing his appearance, he looked more fierce. Next, Qin Feiyang followed the two and flew out of the mountain range. On the way, he also knew a little about the two's village. The village they were in was called Cloud Mountain Village. There were about 2,000 households. The strongest people in the village were the village chief and Li Dashan, two consummate divine lords. As for half-step divine lords, initial divine lords, small divine lords, and great divine lords, there were hundreds of them. Naturally, there were more gods of war. This was also something Qin Feiyang didn't expect. A small village actually had 2 consummate divine lords. What about the entire divine land? It was unbelievable. This place was indeed not something the 4 major regions could compare with. About an hour passed. Finally, a village came into Qin Feiyang's sight. The village was located in the mountains and there were many buildings. Streams meandered down the mountains. The streams flowed slowly and were so clear that one could see the bottom. There were also bluestone paths that extended in all directions, connecting every house. As far as the eye could see, there were green mountains and clear waters everywhere. The mountain streams were surrounded by clouds and mist. This village was completely different from the village in Qin Feiyang's mind. In the villages he saw before, everyone's houses were basically piled together, forming a small town. But here, every house was far away from each other, distributed in picturesque disorder by the mountain stream. And the houses were not ordinary houses in the village. They were exquisite attics, basically built with good wood and meticulously built. Qin Feiyang was entranced. How was this a village? It was simply a paradise on earth. Soon, Qin Feiyang noticed a stone tablet at the entrance of the village. The stone tablet was dark and more than 10 meters tall. It was very eye-catching and there were 3 vigorous and powerful words engraved on it. Cloud Mountain Village. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and scanned the entire village. He looked at Li He and Li Feng and said with a smile, "The mountain is covered with clouds and mist, quiet and elegant. Your village is really not bad. Senior, you flatter us. How can a poor village like ours compare to those luxurious towns outside?" Li Feng said with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He was still young and inexperienced. Otherwise, why would he yearn for the life of the outside towns? In fact, in terms of age, Qin Feiyang might not be older than Li Feng. He might even be younger than Li Feng. After all, Li Feng had already become a god of war. The difference between the two was that Qin Feiyang had experienced too much and had long been tired of this kind of life. He wanted to find a place like this where he could live peacefully and peacefully. With different experiences, the goal of life would naturally be different. Maybe one day, after Li Feng left the village and wandered for a few years, he would look back and see that Cloud Mountain Village was actually better. "Xiao Feng, Xiao He, who is he?" Suddenly, a loud voice was heard. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked down and saw a middle-aged man flying up from the mountains below. He stood next to Li Feng and Li He and looked at Qin Feiyang cautiously. "Don't tell anyone about Li Dashan and Li Feng." Qin Feiyang said to Li Feng and Li He and then sized up the middle-aged man. This person was quite strong. He was an early-stage divine lord. "Okay," Li Feng replied. He looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Uncle Yuan, we just rescued him from the mountains. He came to our village to rest for a few days." When Li Yuan heard this, his expression was incomparably astonished. He carefully looked at Qin Feiyang for a while, then turned his head to look at Li Feng and Li He, and said, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You saved him?" Qin Feiyang's sea of vital energy had already been repaired. So, Li Yuan could see through Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Qin Feiyang was also an early-stage divine lord like him. An early-stage divine lord needed the help of a fake god and an early-stage god of war. Wasn't this a joke? So, he thought that Li Feng might be lying. He even suspected that Qin Feiyang was secretly threatening Li Feng and Li He. So, he became more vigilant and he seemed to unintentionally protect Li Feng and Li He behind him. Chapter 2341. Qin Feiyang naturally saw Li Yuan's vigilance. It was understandable that there would be such a misunderstanding. Because, if it were him, he would think the same. "Uncle Yuan, it was us who saved him. If I hadn't given him the Spirit Sea pill and the Divine Life pill, his Qi Sea wouldn't have recovered." Li He looked at Li Yuan and said. Li Yuan frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. "It was indeed these 2 children who saved me. At that time, I was attacked by a fierce beast. That fierce beast was a consummate divine lord. In 2 rounds, I was seriously injured by it. Later, I was lucky enough to escape and fell unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, The two of them met me and gave me a hand. Otherwise, I would have been dead by now. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, his face full of gratitude. I see. Li Yuan nodded in realization. But suddenly, he frowned, turned to look at Li Feng and Li He, and said angrily, You went to the mountains without permission again? A trace of panic appeared on Li He's face. Li Feng glanced at Li He and said to Li Yuan, Uncle Yuan, I wanted to go. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Blame you? Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, can you bear the responsibility? Li Yuan glared at Li Feng angrily. Li He hugged Li Yuan's arm and said with a flattering smile, Uncle Yuan, we won't dare to do it again. Don't be angry. You little girl. Li Yuan knocked on Li He's forehead and looked at Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, May I know your name, brother? My surname is Gao Xiaosan. Qin Feiyang casually thought of a name. Li Yuan smiled and said, So it's brother Gao. I've heard a lot about you. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't this too official? It was just a name he casually thought of, and he had heard a lot about him. Li He and Li Feng could not be compared to those who had experience. Uncle Yuan, do you know him? Is he famous? Why haven't I heard of him? However, Li Feng and Li He took it seriously and looked at Li Yuan curiously. This made Li Yuan rather depressed. She couldn't tell that he was just being polite. He looked at Qin Feiyang awkwardly and said with a smile, Brother Gao, please don't laugh at me. No. On the contrary, I rather admire them. Even after reaching the quasi-divinity realm and the war god realm, he can still be so pure and kind. Qin Feiyang said. Simplicity is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Actually, it's also our fault. They've been locked up in the village since they were young. Li Yuan sighed. Why is that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Young people should go out and explore the world. If they were to stay in the village and grow up under the care of their elders, they would be like flowers in a greenhouse. No matter how talented they were, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. The human heart is sinister. Li Yuan thought for a moment and only said these 4 words. Qin Feiyang was silent. Indeed. The outside world was too cruel. Every elder did not wish for their descendants to take risks. Perhaps. It might not be a bad thing to live an ordinary life like this for the rest of their lives. All right then, Brother Gao will stay in the village and take a good rest for a while. Li Yuan smiled and looked at Li Feng and Li He, saying, Little Feng, Little He, you guys make the arrangements. Okay. The two of them nodded. Thank you. Qin Feiyang also cupped his hands and smiled at Li Yuan. You're welcome. Li Yuan smiled and turned to leave. Li Feng stretched out his hand and said, Senior, please. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed behind the two of them, flying towards a pavilion halfway up the mountain. The pavilion had a total of 2 floors. It was richly ornamented and had an ancient style. There was a garden in front of the pavilion. Beautiful flowers were in full bloom. On one side of the garden, there was a small waterfall. Clear water poured down, splashing water everywhere. The 3 of them landed in the garden one after another. Li Feng said, Senior, this is what the village chief usually uses to entertain distinguished guests. Why don't you stay here for a few days? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, Then, am I not a distinguished guest? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you don't do anything out of line, you are indeed qualified to be a distinguished guest of our Cloud Mountain village. Li Feng said it very tactfully, for fear of angering Qin Feiyang. You little guy. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to your Cloud Mountain village. Li Feng scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, he was relieved. Senior, you are so strong, your identity must be extraordinary. Li He looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. My strength is similar to that of your uncle Yuan. How can I be considered strong? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Li He said, But you can even kill a perfect monarch god golden falcon. Didn't you see it too? I didn't kill it. It was Li Das-Han from your village. Qin Feiyang smiled. Li He said, But if you didn't injure it, Li Dashan would also. Xiao He, that's enough. Senior is seriously injured. Let him rest first. Why are you asking so many questions? Li Feng glared at Li He, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Senior, have a good rest. We will come to see you another day. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Let's go. Li Feng pulled Li He and quickly left. Quite cautious. Qin Feiyang muttered. However, this Cloud Mountain village was really a good place. Li Dashan, I am looking forward to seeing your expression when you see me in your village. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He walked out of the garden and sat under the stream, washing the blood off his body. Looking at the red stream, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, the ancestor gave him that magical elixir to hide the power of the bloodline. Otherwise, he would be as restrained as he was when he entered the northern region. Ancestor, what on earth do you want me to do? You took everyone away. Why did you leave me alone? Am I a member of your Qin family? Qin Feiyang was very depressed. He thought that he could really reunite with his ancestor after entering the Divine Land this time. Unexpectedly, his ancestor didn't have this plan at all. Alas! Qin Feiyang sighed in a low voice. He shifted his position and lay on a blue stone. He rested his head on his hands and looked at the blue sky. His thoughts were flying. The elegant and quiet environment and the cold stream seemed to be able to wash away his troubles. Gradually, he lay in the water and fell asleep. The sun set in the west. The people who went out of Cloud Mountain village gradually returned. Everyone knew that a stranger had come to the village, but no one cared. The village at night was even more peaceful. The moonlight sprinkled down like a silver veil. Tardie. On the mountain path. A series of light footsteps sounded. Not long after, a middle-aged man in white appeared in front of the waterfall. He didn't make a sound and quietly looked at Qin Feiyang lying in the water. It's so comfortable. Not long after, Qin Feiyang woke up. His tiredness was gone and his injuries were healed. He stretched and felt extremely comfortable. But suddenly, he shivered and immediately got up and stared at the middle-aged man standing by the roadside. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. His white clothes were spotless and there was a smile on his weather-beaten face. His aura was faintly discernible. However, Qin Feiyang could tell that this person was shockingly a consummate divine lord. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I didn't disturb you, did I? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and walked out of the water. His body shook slightly and the water on his body evaporated immediately. Then, he turned to look at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, You must be the father of that little girl, the village chief of Cloud Mountain Village. That's me. I'm Li Yuntai. As soon as I came back, I heard that there was a guest in Cloud Mountain Village, so I came to take a look. If I disturbed Brother Gao, please forgive me. Li Yuntai said. He was amiable and approachable. You're welcome. I should be the one apologizing. I'm really sorry for entering the village without the permission of you, the village chief. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Brother Gao, you're too kind. Brother Gao was brought into the village by my daughter, so you're naturally my guest. Li Yuntai smiled and said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he praised, This Cloud Mountain village is truly a good place. It has verdant hills and clear waters, and its people are simple and honest. As long as Brother Gao likes it. If you need anything, Brother Gao, don't hesitate to come to me. Li Yuntai said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Yuntai said, If I may be so bold as to ask, where did Brother Gao come from and where are you going? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This was the purpose of Li Yuntai's visit, to find out his background. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, I have some good tea with me. Why don't we talk while drinking? He had a lot of things to ask Li Yuntai. Sure. Li Yuntai nodded and smiled. To be honest, Brother Gao, I don't have many hobbies, but I like to drink tea, especially good tea. Looks like we're kindred spirits. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two entered the garden. There was a pavilion in the corner of the garden. The two walked into the pavilion and sat opposite each other. Qin Feiyang immediately took out the tea set and tea leaves. These tea leaves. Li Yuntai looked at the tea leaves and his eyes lit up. These were the tea leaves that the deputy pavilion master gave to Qin Feiyang. They were the best. Qin Feiyang smiled and casually waved his hand. A stream of clean water flew over from a small stream not far away. Not a single drop fell into the teapot. Then, a wisp of flame rose from his fingertips and the teapot soon boiled. Then, Qin Feiyang began to make tea. Village chief, try it. After making tea, Qin Feiyang poured a cup and pushed it in front of Li Yuntai. Don't call me village chief. It's too distant. Brother Gao, if you don't mind, you can call me brother. After Li Yuntai finished speaking, he couldn't wait to pick up the teacup and sniff it. His eyes lit up immediately. It smells so good, I've never seen such a tea fragrance before. After exclaiming, Li Yuntai put the teacup to his mouth and gently took a sip. He was instantly intoxicated and immersed in the world of tea fragrance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and also picked up the teacup to take a sip. The tea leaves that the deputy pavilion master gave him were indeed good. But now, he preferred the heavenly immortal dew. It wasn't that the deputy pavilion master's tea leaves were inferior to the heavenly immortal tower. Both had their own merits. But it was a pity that he didn't ask for some from Miss Heavenly Immortal. Chapter 2342. After a long while, Li Yuntai came to himself. Qin Feiyang looked up at Li Yuntai and smiled. Brother Li, how was it? It's memorable. Li Yuntai only said these two words, then took the initiative to grab the teapot and fill the cup. He was very careful. His expression was as if spilling even a single drop was a waste of God's gift. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Li, if you like it, I can give you this jar of tea. Li Yuntai was stunned and glanced at the tea jar next to Qin Feiyang. The tea jar was made of the best jade. It was as big as an adult's fist, as white as snow, without any flaw. There was half a jar of tea inside. Li Yuntai showed a hint of desire in his eyes, but he didn't take it immediately. After drinking the tea, he put down the teacup and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Because he knew there was no free lunch in the world. Besides, this man came from an unknown background. Who knew if he came to Yunshan village for any purpose? Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Brother Li, don't look at me like that. I really mean no harm. I just want to know something. Li Yuntai's eyes flashed and he smiled, then let's go back to the original topic. Where are you from and where are you going? Qin Feiyang shook his head, afloat, drifting everywhere. Li Yuntai was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang deeply and said, Brother Gao, it seems that you are also a man with a story. Who doesn't have a story in the world? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He asked, not only Brother Li, do you know a man named Qin Batian? Qin Batian. Li Yuntai was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he asked, Brother Li, do you know him? Li Yuntai said, who doesn't know the name Qin Batian in the Divine Land? Really? Qin Feiyang looked surprised. You should know that the Divine Land is ruled by the dragons. In the eyes of the dragons, human beings are lowly ants. We have been bullied by them for countless years. More than 1,000 years ago, a peerless man came out of nowhere and openly challenged the dragons. This man is Qin Batian. Li Yuntai's face was full of admiration. Is he really so powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's not right. Brother Gao, Qin Batian is so famous, how could you not know him? Li Yuntai looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. To tell you the truth, Brother Li, I've been in closed-door training for the past few thousand years, so I know nothing about this Qin Batian who suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang said. I see. That's right. For people at our level of cultivation, it's normal for us to cultivate in seclusion for thousands of years. Even seclusion for tens of thousands of years is a common occurrence. That's right. Before I became an immortal, I wanted to become an immortal every day. But when I became an immortal, I realized that the later realms are harder to cultivate. For example, even if I have enough soul stones, it will take me 7,000 to 8,000 years to become a profound divine lord. Without soul stones, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through in tens of thousands of years. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Yeah. Soul stones are the only shortcut. But soul stones are too hard to come by. Cloud Mountain Village is such a big village, but we only have 10 level 9 soul lines. Li Yuntai sighed. What? Cloud Mountain Village has 10 level 9 soul lines? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. One had to know. Even the Treasure Pavilion and Nine Heavens Palace would fight over a 9th grade soul vein in the northern region. But now, there were 10 level 9 soul lines in a small village. Was this the divine land? 10 level 9 soul lines can produce 900 soul stones every year. There are more than 2,000 families in Cloud Mountain Village, so it's not enough. But the most hateful thing is that the dragon race has come to make things worse. Li Yuntai clenched his fists, his eyes full of disgust and hatred. What do you mean by adding insult to injury? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Cloud Mountain Village is under the jurisdiction of Black Rock City. And the city lord of Black Rock City is a man of the dragons. He wants all villages and towns under the jurisdiction of Black Rock City to hand over soul stones to the city lord mansion every year. If you can't or refuse to hand them over, you will be slaughtered by the dragons. Li Yuntai said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. If you can't or refuse to hand them over, you will be slaughtered by the dragons. That was too inhumane. Wait. The dragons were not human, so it was normal for them to be inhumane. But this kind of behavior was too much. There are more than 2,000 households in Cloud Mountain Village, and about 10,000 people in total, old and young. That is to say, we have to hand over at least 100,000 soul stones every year. Brother Gao, think about it. Cloud Mountain Village has 10 level 9 soul veins, but we can only produce 900 soul stones a year. 100,000, 900. How much is the difference? So, we basically go out to search for treasures every day and exchange them for soul stones. Li Yuntai sighed. Qin Feiyang said, then you are really working hard. We have no choice but to survive. Because of the cruelty of the dragons, the humans of Godly Land are basically supporting Qin Batian. I hope that one day, he can really overthrow the dragon's rule and give us a fair treatment. Li Yuntai said. Qin Feiyang asked, you mean, all the humans of Godly Land are facing such a situation? Godly Land is too big. The place we are now is in the north of Godly Land, just the tip of the iceberg. The farthest place I have ever been is Black Rock City. So, I really don't know if the humans of other places are in the same situation as Cloud Mountain Village. Maybe they hand over fewer soul stones than we do, or maybe they hand over more. Li Yuntai said. 100,000. Based on the number of people, each of you has to hand over 10 soul stones a year. To ordinary people, this is indeed not a small sum. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. In short, the villages around here are full of complaints about the dragons. However, they don't dare to voice their anger. Except for the dragons, no one can afford to offend them. Li Yuntai shook his head, his face full of sadness. The dragons? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why is there another dragon-slaying palace? He asked suspiciously, who is this dragon-slaying palace? It seems that Brother Gao really doesn't know anything about Qin Batian. The Dragon Slayer Palace is a force that Qin Batian created to deal with the dragon race. And Qin Batian was called Di Zun because of this. Li Yuntai said. So that's what happened. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It seemed that his ancestors were doing well in Godly Land. How many people are there in the dragons? Where are they located? Qin Feiyang looked at Li Yuntai curiously. I'm afraid not only me, but most people in Godly Land don't know how many people there are in the dragons. As for the location of the dragons, it's very mysterious. No one knows. But these years, there has been a saying in Godly Land. Li Yuntai said. What saying? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Yuntai said, the dragons have 4 emperors, 8 emperors, and 108 generals. Each of these people has extraordinary abilities. They are the pillars of the dragons. 4 emperors, 8 emperors, 108 generals. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked suspiciously, what does that mean? 4 emperors means 4 Di Zun. 8 emperors means 8 divine emperors. 108 generals means that there are 108 battle generals. Li Yuntai said. According to you, Qin Batian is only one of the 4 emperors of the dragon-slaying palace? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Li Yuntai nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, who are the other 3 Di Zun? They must be extraordinary to be on an equal footing with his ancestors. I knew it. In addition to Qin Batian, there is a man named Lu Zhengyang. It is said that he is as strong as Qin Batian. As for the other 2 Di Zun, they never show up, so no one knows who they are. Even the dragons don't know who they are. Li Yuntai said. Even the dragons don't know who they are. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. How mysterious was that? However, he didn't expect that Lu Zhengyang was also one of the 4 Di Zun. It seemed that the ancestor of the Lu family lived up to his reputation. He really wanted to see the power of the 4 emperors, 8 emperors, and 108 generals. Wait. The black-armored man who appeared at the seaside 5 days ago was as strong as the leader of the Black Dragons. Was he one of the 4 emperors, 8 emperors, and 108 generals? That was a bit scary. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and asked, since the dragons are so powerful and you hate dragons so much, why don't you join them? I do want to, but with my cultivation, I don't think they will take me seriously. Although I don't know what conditions are required to join the dragons, I know that such a mysterious organization is not something you can join whenever you want. Besides, there is a great risk in joining the dragons. If your identity is exposed, you won't be the only one who will suffer. You will also implicate your family and friends. Therefore, people like me, who lack courage and strength, can only silently support the dragon-slaying palace in spirit. Li Yuntai said. Understandable. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Suddenly, he said, I heard from Xiao Feng and Xiao He that there is another consummate divine emperor in Cloud Mountain Village besides you. What's his name? Li Yuntai smiled and said, You mean Li Das-han? Yes, him. Qin Feiyang nodded. They went to Black Rock City this morning and said that they would be back in a few days. Do you want to see them? Li Yuntai asked. No. After all, he is one of the only 2 consummate divine emperors in Cloud Mountain Village. I was just curious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Brother Jiao, there are some things that I shouldn't tell you because this is a private matter of Cloud Mountain Village. But since you were brought into the village by my daughter, I should be responsible for your safety. Li Yuntai hesitated for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly. Chapter 2343. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, Brother Li, what is it? Judging from our conversation just now, you don't seem to be a person with ulterior motives. From now on, no matter how long you stay in Yunshan village, I won't object. But you must be careful of Li Das-han. Especially your Qiankuan bag and Qiankuan ring. Keep them safe. Even if you have something important, you must not let him know. Li Yuntai said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. This person is cunning, vicious, and merciless. Furthermore, he only seeks profit. If you offend him or he covets your treasures, I'm afraid even I can't help you. Li Yuntai said. Oh, that's it. Qin Feiyang smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Li. I'll be more careful in the future. All right then, I'm going back to rest. Li Yuntai finished the last cup of tea and got up with a smile. But his eyes were fixed on the teapot next to Qin Feiyang, as if he really wanted it but was too embarrassed to ask. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. Then he grabbed the teapot and got up to put it in Li Yuntai's hands. Brother Jiao, this, Li Yuntai was a little hesitant. Was he really going to give it to him? Brother Li, I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you. You must accept it. Qin Feiyang said. Li Yuntai looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, so I'm going to stay in Yunshan village for a while. Take this half a pot of tea as my accommodation fee. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Since Brother Jiao is so kind, I'll accept it. Have a good rest, Brother Jiao. I won't disturb you. Li Yuntai said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, I won't see you off. Take care. No need, no need. Li Yuntai waved his hand and left with the teapot in his arms. After seeing Li Yuntai off, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and walked out of the pavilion, looking at the full moon in the sky. Dragon-slaying palace, 4 emperors and 8 sovereigns, this is getting more and more interesting. As he muttered to himself, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He then turned and entered the pavilion. The layout of the attic was very simple. Entering the door, there was a living room with a wooden coffee table and 3 chairs neatly placed. In the corner, there were a few potted plants. There were 2 small rooms in the living room. As for the second floor, there were 3 rooms in total. There was a study room, a bedroom, and a cultivation room. Outside the bedroom was a balcony, facing the mountain in front. Standing here, the entire village could be seen at a glance. The more Qin Feiyang looked at this place, the more he liked it. He was also serious about cultivating in seclusion. Because now, he had nothing to do, and the ancestor did not give him any mission. As for the dragons, with his strength, there was no way he could shake them. Therefore, instead of running around aimlessly, it was better to stop and cultivate for a period of time. When Qin Feiyang entered the castle, he told the White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Lotus about this idea. Fire Lotus and White-Eyed Wolf were also very much in agreement. The night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, a young man and a young woman ran to the front of the attic. It was Li Feng and Li He. Li He looked around and did not see Qin Feiyang, so she was about to call out. Li Feng quickly pulled Li He and frowned. Xiao He, I still think this is not good. It's okay. Senior Gao is very easygoing. He will definitely help us. Li He said. But, Li Feng was hesitant. They had known each other for less than a day. How could he ask for help? Senior Gao. Li He spoke. Sigh. Li Feng wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He sighed helplessly and looked at the attic anxiously. Soon, the door opened. Qin Feiyang walked out slowly and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Good morning. After cultivating in seclusion for a night, his cultivation had improved a lot. Coupled with the environment here, he was naturally in a good mood. Greetings, Senior Gao. Li Feng hurriedly bowed. Don't be so formal. Don't call me senior in the future. I'm not that old. Just call me Brother Gao. Qin Feiyang smiled. This, Li Feng hesitated and nodded. All right, Brother Gao. What's wrong? Why did you come to me so early in the morning? Is there something wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and asked. Li He was about to speak when Li Feng hurriedly stopped her. It's nothing. We just came to ask Brother Gao if you're used to living here. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li He and smiled. It's such a good place. Of course I'm used to it. It's good that you're used to it. Then we won't disturb you. After saying that, Li Feng pulled Li He and prepared to leave. I'm not leaving. Li He shook off Li Feng and ran to Qin Feiyang, giggling. Brother Gao, are you free now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li He looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly and asked, Then can you accompany us to a place? Xiao He. Li Feng scolded. It's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand at Li Feng, looked at Li He and asked with a smile, Where are we going? Li He said, You'll know when we get there. All right. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Qin Feiyang nodded. See? I knew Brother Gao wouldn't be that kind of cold person. Li He immediately looked at Li Feng proudly. Li Feng smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the 2 of them. Then let's go. Li He pointed to the east of the village and said, Brother Gao, you're fast. Take us there. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He waved his hand, rolled up the 2 of them, and flew to the south of the village like a flash of lightning. But Qin Feiyang didn't know that. At this moment, on the balcony of an attic halfway up the mountain, 2 middle-aged men had been watching him. These 2 men were Li Yuan and Li Yuntai. Brother Yuntai, are you just going to watch him leave with Xiao Feng and Xiao He? Li Yuan looked at Li Yuntai anxiously and asked. Li Yuntai said unhappily, These 2 children are indeed a little mischievous. Brother Yuntai, now is not the time to blame them. This Gao Xiaosan has an unknown background. What if he has some ulterior motives for our village? We have to be careful. Li Yuan said. Our Cloud Mountain village is poor and empty. What could he possibly want? Don't worry. I went to sound him out last night. He doesn't seem to be a bad guy. Li Yuntai smiled. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature, Li Yuan exclaimed. Li Yuntai looked at Li Yuan and pondered for a while. He nodded and said, that makes sense. Then I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. You mean you're really going to keep him in the village? He's my brother too. We should get rid of people with unknown backgrounds like him as soon as possible. What are you thinking? Li Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless. Don't be so nervous. Time will tell. Let's observe him for a while. Li Yuntai said and flew into the air. Where are you going? Li Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Li Yuntai said, to the Seven Birds Mountain again. Again? Li Yuan was shocked and said hurriedly, weren't you injured at the Seven Birds Mountain enough? I have to go even if it's dangerous. As long as we can get that treasure, we won't have to worry about handing in soul stones for the next 5 years. Li Yuntai said. Li Yuan fell silent. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said to Li Yuntai, I'll go with you. No need. Li Yuntai waved his hand and said, you just take care of the village. No. I can't rest assured if you're alone. Li Yuan said. Li Yuntai shook his head and said, okay, one more person is one more helper. But remember, don't be impulsive. Am I the kind of person who will be impulsive? Li Yuan glared at him with dissatisfaction. Li Yuntai shook his head and smiled. The two immediately flew into the sky and flew toward the mountains in the west. In the east, the mountains were undulating and boundless. Qin Feiyang took Li Feng and Li Yuntai and flew over the mountains as fast as lightning. Li Feng suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said enviously, Brother Gao, if only I could have your strength. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, then I want to ask you, why do you want strength? I want to go out and protect Cloud Village. I also want to, speaking of this. Li Feng's words stopped abruptly. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Li Feng suspiciously. He found that there was not only anger but also fear on Li Feng's face at the moment. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, do you want to say dragons but don't dare to? How do you know? Li Feng was surprised. I guessed. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Dragons, these bastards, bully people too much. Not only do they come every year to snatch soulstones, but they also often bully people. They don't treat us as human beings at all. Li Feng snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang said, so you want to destroy the dragons? Yes. Li Feng nodded. But then. He lowered his head powerlessly and said dejectedly, unfortunately, I don't have the ability. You have to have confidence in yourself. Just like me, when I was at your cultivation level, the enemies I faced were also very strong, but now they are all under my feet one by one. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and said, then can you tell me, how did you do it? 4 words, courage, confidence. As long as you have courage and confidence, there is nothing in this world that cannot be done. Qin Feiyang said. Courage, confidence, Li Feng muttered, as if he had understood something, and said gratefully, thank you for your teachings, Brother Gao. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Li Feng, and asked, you just said that dragons not only snatched soul stones, but also bullied people and women? Yes. Li Feng nodded. Then, he glanced at Li He who was beside him and sent a sound transmission. Dragons bullying people and women is not something that happened in a day or two. It is also because of this that the village chief has never allowed Xiao He to leave the village. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. Back then in the northern region, when the dragons descended, they had ulterior motives towards the Shangguan sisters. And that fire dragon was also drooling over the fire lotus. And now, the same was true in the divine prefecture. It seemed that these guys from the dragons had a special liking for human women. Chapter 2344. Mountains and rivers rose and fell endlessly. In the mountains, beasts ran rampant. Even the weakest beast was a warlord. It was almost impossible to find one below the pseudo-god realm. However, under Qin Fei Yang's deterrence, no beast dared to jump out and block the way. However, Qin Fei Yang was a little confused. He looked at Li He and Li Feng and asked, "Are the weakest beasts in the Divine Land all warlords?" "No, no," Li Feng quickly waved his hand. "Then why haven't we met a single ferocious beast below the warlord level?" Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. Li Feng said, "Because the beasts around our village are generally stronger." Li He asked, "Brother Gao, don't you know what happened half a month ago?" "Half a month ago?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned. "Half a month ago, wasn't it when he entered the Divine Land and fought with the dragons?" "Half a month ago. I don't know what happened, but there was a terrifying battle fluctuation from the North Sea. That was the most terrifying scene I have ever seen in my life. Wherever the battle fluctuation went, mountains and rivers were shattered, and people were plunged into misery and suffering. We were also extremely scared at that time, and the whole village was ready to escape. But just as the battle fluctuation was about to reach the vicinity of Cloud Mountain Village, that is, the mountain where we met began to gradually calm down. Cloud Mountain Village finally dodged a disaster. After that, the battle fluctuation never appeared again." Li Feng couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. His eyes were full of fear. "So that's how it is." Qin Fei Yang nodded and said, "In other words, all the people and beasts below the warlord level died in that catastrophe." "Yes. From our Cloud Mountain village to the North Sea, I don't know how many villages, humans, and beasts there were. And just half a month ago, all of them died tragically. Until now, everyone is still talking about what happened in the North Sea." Li Feng said. Qin Fei Yang asked, "Did anyone go to the North Sea to check it out?" "Who dares to go? Such a terrifying fluctuation, it must be some peerless powerhouses or terrifying beasts fighting. If we unfortunately encounter them, wouldn't it be a dead end?" Li Feng said. "That makes sense." Qin Fei Yang nodded. Li Feng said, "Because of that disaster, the area from our Cloud Mountain village to the North Sea has become a forbidden zone in the north." Qin Fei Yang sighed secretly. He had no intention of implicating these innocent people, but most of the time, it was not up to him to decide. This was war. It was cruel and merciless. No longer thinking about these questions, Qin Fei Yang looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "Where are you going?" "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." Li He giggled. There was a trace of anticipation and desire in her big bright eyes. Qin Fei Yang saw this but did not say anything. About an hour passed. In front of him, a mountain ridge that was shaped like a giant python that reached into the clouds appeared in his line of sight. Right at this moment, Li He quickly looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Brother Gao, stop." Qin Fei Yang slammed on the brakes and brought the two of them to a stop in the void. Li He pointed to the mountain ridge and said, "Brother Gao, that's where we're going." Qin Fei Yang was taken aback. He raised his head and scanned the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was hundreds of miles long and stretched up and down. It was lush with vegetation and countless ferocious beasts. Moreover, somewhere in the mountain ridge, he also sensed the ferocious power of a perfected divine lord. Wait. Suddenly, he frowned and scanned the void with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He felt that the essence chi here was particularly rich. There is a level 9 crystal vein under the mountain ridge, but it is occupied by a ferocious beast. Brother Gao, you are so strong. Can you help us drive it away? Li He raised her head and looked at Qin Fei Yang. Her eyes were filled with pleading. Level 9 crystal vein. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. No wonder the essence chi here was so rich. It turned out that there was a crystal vein hidden here. When he came back to his senses, Qin Fei Yang looked at the two of them and asked, "How did you know there was a crystal vein here?" "My father found it. But because there are too many ferocious beasts here and there is a perfected divine Lord Beast King, my father has been helpless. That's why I thought of asking you for help this morning. My father has worked hard for the village. It's really not easy. I want to help him, but I'm not capable enough. Brother Gao, please, help me, okay?" Li He looked at Qin Feiyang with a pleading face. Brother Gao, Xiao, his request is indeed too abrupt, but she also wants the good of the village. I also beg you to help us. Li Feng looked at Li He and Qin Feiyang, bowed and begged. Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reached out to stop the two of them and frowned. Aren't you too naive? The two of them looked at each other. What did he mean? A level 9 crystal vein is already a rare treasure. Have you never thought that I would be tempted by your wealth, kill you, and swallow this crystal vein? Qin Feiyang said. So that's why. The two of them suddenly understood. Li He smiled innocently and said, Brother Gao, you're a good person. You won't. Qin Feiyang was angry and wanted to laugh. How long had they known each other? She actually asserted that he was a good person. This innocence was too scary. If this went on, something big would happen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He looked at the two of them and said, Now, both of you, prick up your ears and listen carefully. The two of them nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang silently. From now on, no matter who you meet, no matter how easygoing they are, don't trust them easily. Because the human heart is very complicated. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Understand? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Thank you for your teachings, Brother Gao. I understand. Li Feng nodded heavily. What about you? Qin Feiyang looked at Li He. Yes. Li He also nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In order to protect his daughter, Li Yuntai had been letting her stay in the village. But he didn't know that this was also harming her. If she wanted to survive in today's environment, she had to learn to be independent. Because no one could protect her for a lifetime. Sooner or later, she would have to face this cruel world. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, You two stay here. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a divine barrier appeared to protect the two of them. Following closely, he turned around and flew towards the mountain ridge. Will Brother Gao be okay? Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Li Feng couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. Even that golden falcon is Brother Gao's opponent. He will definitely be fine. Li He was full of confidence in Qin Feiyang. Soon, Qin Feiyang flew over the mountain ridge. The aura of the fierce beasts was also more obvious. In addition to the perfect Sir God Fierce Beast, there were more than a dozen perfect Sir God Fierce Beasts. There were hundreds of great success, small success, and early Sir God Fierce Beasts. Indeed, such a terrifying group of fierce beasts, for Cloud Mountain Village, would never be able to defeat. But for Qin Feiyang, it was nothing at all. I will take the crystal veins here. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. His voice was like a bell, resounding through the sky. So arrogant. Li Feng was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang might come up with a plan, but he didn't expect it to be so direct and violent. Looking at that domineering figure, His eyes were full of stars. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a giant black python soared into the sky. Its body was more than 100 feet long. Its body was covered with snake scales. Two huge pupils stared at Qin Feiyang, flashing a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang looked at the black python and said lightly, I don't want to hurt you. Don't force me to make a move. Please leave on your own initiative. Presumptuous. Where do you think this place is? Within tens of thousands of miles, there has never been a human who dared to provoke this emperor. The black python was furious. 3, 2. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him as he counted word by word. Really courting death. Come out for this emperor and kill him. As the black python's roar landed, a large number of fierce beasts rose into the air from the mountain ridge below. As big as a mountain and as small as a rock, there were all kinds of fierce beasts. They were densely packed, and their fierce aura shrouded all directions. Although Li He and Li He were protected by Qin Feiyang's enchantment, at this moment, looking at the beast-like beast tide, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. As soon as hundreds of fierce beasts appeared, they bared their fangs and rushed to Qin Feiyang. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. He was already trying very hard to control his killing intent. This was because he really didn't want to become a cold-blooded person. But these fierce beasts didn't give him the chance. The fierce beasts of the divine prefecture were like dragons. They saw humans as weeds, ants, and food. If you didn't kill them, they would kill you. They would even eat you alive. Clang. As he waved his hand, 80 sword shadows appeared out of nowhere, their sharp edges destroying the world. Roar. In just an instant. The fierce beasts below perfected divine lord level all cried out as their blood splattered across the sky. Damn it. The black python was furious. It personally led the dozen or so perfected divine lord fierce beasts to attack Qin Fei Yang. Furthermore, the black python also possessed a perfect deity incantation. It had even activated its fighting soul. Its strength was also extremely terrifying. If it were any other small divine lord, they would have died without a doubt. But Qin Fei Yang was fearless. Boom. A strange and unfathomable power roared out of his body and rushed towards the black python like a tide. The black python's eyes were full of contempt. But, when it was submerged by the invisible force, it suddenly panicked. Because it realized that this force could ignore all defenses and go straight to its sea of consciousness. The next moment, the huge black python let out a wail and its huge body fell powerlessly to the ground. Behind it, the perfected divine lord fierce beasts were horrified when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? They couldn't even find a scratch on it. Immediately, they didn't dare to continue charging forward. They stopped in the void and trembled. Get lost. Qin Fei Yang shouted. Yes, yes, yes. The dozen fierce beasts nodded and then turned to run for their lives. Qin Fei Yang retracted his gaze and swept across the mountain ridge below. Bang! The black python fell and smashed a section of the mountain ridge into pieces. The weaker ferocious beasts that were still hiding in the mountain range all fled when they saw this scene. In less than 10 breaths, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into a dead silence. Not even a mosquito could be found. Chapter 2345. So powerful. A grand perfection divine lord fierce beast was directly insta-killed. Li He and Li Feng were dumbfounded. This strength was even stronger than what they saw yesterday. Qin Fei Yang did not use it. What he used before was the soul destruction technique. The soul destruction technique was a legendary level divine art. It ignored all defenses and directly wiped out the divine soul. This was an extremely terrifying killing technique, enough to threaten any creature of the same realm. Divine sense emerged and poured into the mountain ridge below. Immediately, Qin Fei Yang's eyes lit up. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the mountain ridge shattered. A huge crystal vein quickly broke out of the ground and appeared in front of Qin Fei Yang's eyes. The crystal vein could be more than 100 feet long. Its whole body was as white as jade, crystal clear and shining with dazzling light. This is a crystal vein. Qin Fei Yang murmured. He had seen a spirit vein before, but it was the first time he had seen a crystal vein. It looked like a white dragon. The density of the essence energy was almost solid. Qin Fei Yang stood in front of the crystal vein as if he was standing in a sea of essence energy. The pores all over his body involuntarily opened and actively absorbed. A 9th level crystal vein, the essence energy is so dense, what about a divine level crystal vein? Qin Fei Yang murmured. His heart couldn't help but burn. He must get a few divine level crystal veins to go to the Black Tortoise world. No. How could a few be enough? At least hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them. At that time, even if there were no soul stones, his cultivation speed would be rapid. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qin Fei Yang waved his hand again. Sparkling and translucent divine crystals gushed out from the broken ground. These divine crystals were produced by this 9th level crystal vein. There were tens of millions. Obviously, this 9th level crystal vein had existed for many years. Because the annual production of the crystal vein was very low. As for the specific amount, Qin Fei Yang didn't know yet. Tens of millions of divine crystals, Qin Fei Yang naturally put them into his pocket. As for the crystal vein, he was also a little tempted. But when he saw the eager eyes of Li He and Li He, he couldn't bear it. It was better to give it to them. He couldn't ruin his good impression just because of a mere level 9 crystal vein. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang's godforce surged out, sweeping up the crystal vein and sending it flying towards the duo. But suddenly, he stopped again and lowered his head to look at the mountain ridge. A trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. When he scanned the area with his divine perception, he seemed to have seen something else. His divine will appeared again and merged with the mountain ridge below. As expected, Qin Feiyang mumbled. He grabbed at the air, and an earthen yellow light immediately broke through the ground and landed in his hand. It looked like a fruit. It was about the size of a fist and was yellow in color. There were many roots on it. However, its shape was extremely strange. It looked like a chubby child. He could even see the outline of the nose, eyes, and mouth. It was very real. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He had never seen this item before, but he seemed to have some impression of it. This situation was definitely because of the alchemy scripture. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang immediately sent a secret message to the fire lotus in the castle. What is Brother Gao doing? Li He and Li Feng stood inside the barrier and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Because Qin Feiyang's back was facing them, they didn't see the thing in Qin Feiyang's hand. They only knew that another thing flew out from the ground. Qin Dage, you found a treasure this time. Soon. Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind with unconcealable excitement. Tell me. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he also became impatient. This thing is a divine ginseng. Its full name is the Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng. It was born after absorbing the qi of the earth and essence qi for 10,000 years. The Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng contains extremely majestic essence qi. It is the main ingredient for refining Chaos Divine pills, Fire Lotus said. No wonder I have an impression of it. Qin Feiyang mumbled. We've only been in the Divine Land for half a month, and we've already found the Nirvana Divine Tree and the Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng. This Divine Land is indeed full of treasures. Fire Lotus smiled. Yes. Qin Feiyang replied. However, he had to thank Li Feng and Li He. If it weren't for these two little ones who brought him here, he wouldn't have found this divine ginseng at all. Then keep it well. Qin Feiyang whispered and sent the divine ginseng to the ancient castle. Then, he took the crystal vein and flew to the barrier. With a wave of his hand, the barrier immediately disappeared. Brother Gao, you're so awesome. Li He immediately ran to Qin Feiyang and said excitedly. Her eyes were full of little stars. It was like looking at an idol. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Are we going back now or what? We were going back immediately. When everyone sees us bringing this crystal vein back, they'll be stunned. Li He said excitedly. Li Feng was also very excited. He asked, Brother Gao, what was that thing that flew out later? A medicinal herb. It just so happens that I need it for alchemy. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're also an alchemist? Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng immediately asked, then what level is your spiritual power? Can you teach me alchemy? You have spiritual power too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. My spiritual power is very low. It's only level 15. Li Feng lowered his head and said disappointedly. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Level 15 spiritual power was low? One had to know. Level 15 spiritual power in the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent was a genius that all forces would fight for. This divine land was indeed different. No matter what it was, it couldn't be looked at with the same eyes as before. I'm just an ordinary alchemist. My spiritual power is even lower than yours, so I can't teach you anything. Qin Feiyang laughed. Teaching people was the most troublesome thing. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment in his eyes. But he quickly put it down. He lowered his head to look at the black python and asked, Brother Gao, can I bring it back as well? Why do you want to bring it back? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. A perfect monarch god beast could be sold for a lot of divine crystals at the treasure pavilion in the Black Rock City. Treasure pavilion, Qin Feiyang muttered. He wondered if the treasure pavilion in the Divine Land would take care of him like the treasure pavilion in the 4 major regions. Although the treasure pavilion was also under the rule of the dragons, to be able to spread throughout the entire ancient world, its influence was definitely not weak. Therefore, being on good terms with the treasure pavilion would be helpful to him. Is that okay? Brother Gao? Li Feng asked again. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and smiled. Why not? Okay. Li Feng swooped down, carried the black python, and returned to the village. More than half an hour passed. The 3 of them finally returned to the village. Without a doubt. As soon as they entered the village, it caused a huge sensation. This is a level 9 crystal vein, and this python. Girl, this isn't the crystal vein that your father found, is it? People surrounded Qin Feiyang and the other 2, looking at Li He in surprise and asking at once. Yes. Li He nodded. This, you. The group of people was so shocked that they couldn't speak. They also knew about this crystal vein and the black python. Because in the past, they had also tried to snatch the crystal vein from the black python. But every time, they failed. Therefore, they knew how dangerous that place was. But now, not only was the python dead, but the crystal vein was also brought back. How incredible was this? They watched Li Feng and Li He grow up, so they knew that they definitely didn't have this ability. Then, it must be this person called Gao Xiaosan. In an instant, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. But looking at Qin Feiyang, everyone's expression immediately froze. There was no injury on his body at all. What was going on? If the python was really killed by this person, then he should have injuries on his body, because the python was a perfected divine lord, and this person was only a lesser divine lord. Was it not him? If it wasn't this person, nor was it Li He or Li Feng, then who was it? To kill a perfected divine lord beast, he had to at least have the cultivation of a perfected divine lord. Xiao He, Xiao Feng, what's going on? Don't hide it, tell everyone honestly. An elder looked at Li Feng and Li He and asked. It's brother Gao. Li He said proudly. It's really him? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang again, full of disbelief. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe it, Li Feng said, Brother Gao is very strong. This python was killed in an instant, and this crystal vein was also obtained by Brother Gao. Really? Hearing Li Feng's words, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang again. They wanted to see the person's answer. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but it was hard to believe. For a mere small perfection divine lord to insta-kill a perfection divine lord ferocious beast, wasn't this a fantasy story? It's not as exaggerated as Xiao Feng said. It's all luck. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Luck. Everyone looked at each other. This answer really made them speechless. However, since the person involved had already answered directly, this matter should be true. Brother Gao, you're amazing. I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Thank you too. You got this level 9 crystal vein for us. You don't have to be polite in the future. Stay in the village and play as long as you want. If you need anything, feel free to come to us. Everyone spoke one after another with smiles on their faces. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xiao He, go find your father. Your father has been eyeing this crystal vein for many years. When he sees it, he will definitely jump with joy. Several elders looked at Li He and smiled. Okay. Li He took the lead and flew towards the mountainside in high spirits. Swish. But at this moment, suddenly, a bloody figure appeared in the sky above the village entrance. The smell of blood permeated the air above the village. Everyone looked over in surprise. Li Yuan, how did you become like this? What happened? Everyone immediately rushed to Li Yuan, their faces full of surprise and worry. Uncle Yuan? Li He and Li Feng were stunned. Then, the 2 of them immediately ran over. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Li Yuan with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. How could he be so seriously injured? Immortal God of War. Chapter 2346. Crystal Vein. Giant Python. After Li Yuan appeared, His eyes widened when he saw the crystal vein and the giant python. Was it an illusion? Why were the crystal vein and the giant python in the village? Li He rushed up and asked with concern, "Uncle Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Li Yuan shuddered and suddenly came back to his senses. He hurriedly looked at the villagers around him and shouted, "Go and save brother Yuntai." Not only was he covered in wounds, but his face was also pale. Save the village chief. Everyone looked at each other. The village chief is in the Seven Birds Mountain, besieged by 3 great perfection divine lord beasts. He is in danger. Li Yuan roared. What? Seven Birds Mountain. What is he doing there? Everyone was shocked and seemed to be very afraid of the Seven Birds Mountain. There's no time to explain. Those above the divine lord level, hurry up and come with me to help the village chief. Li Yuan was burning with anxiety. After saying that, he ignored his injuries and opened a teleportation altar. However, the villagers did not move. His face was filled with fear that could not be erased. What are you doing? Didn't you hear that the village chief is in trouble? Li Yuan roared. Li Yuan, calm down. Everyone within hundreds of thousands of miles knows about the danger of the Seven Birds Mountain. With our cultivation base, we won't be able to return. A few old men said. Li Yuan said angrily, then don't you care about the village chief's life and death? What can we do? If Li Dashan is here, with his cultivation base, he can still help. And we are simply going to die. A few middle-aged men sighed. They were all great perfection divine lords, but their faces were full of despair. From this, it could be seen. The Seven Birds Mountain was indeed not a simple place. Father is in trouble. How can we not save him? Everyone, think of a way. Li He was also extremely anxious, looking helplessly at the villagers around her. But no one spoke. They all lowered their heads. Li Feng suddenly turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Brother Jiao, please, save the village chief." That's right. And brother Jiao, Li He also shuddered. She turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Brother Jiao, you are so strong. You can definitely save my father. Please, help him." The surrounding villagers finally came to their senses. How could he forget about this person? If he could even kill the black python, then he might really be able to save the village chief. "Brother Jiao, please help me." Xiao He lost her mother in her early years. The father and daughter depend on each other for survival. It's not easy. Everyone began to speak up. Looking at this scene, Li Yuan was extremely bewildered. What was going on? Why was everyone looking at Jiao Xiaosan? What use could he, a small success divine lord, be? Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, then looked at Li Feng and Li He. He shook his head and said, "I'm a person who hates trouble." Li His body trembled. She thought that Qin Feiyang didn't want to help and almost knelt down. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "However, the village chief kindly let me stay in the village. If I don't help, I'll feel bad, but only this time. Thank you, brother Jiao." Li He thanked him repeatedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li He, then stepped out and landed on the opened altar. Although Li Yuan was still doubting Qin Feiyang's strength, he had no other choice but to pray for a miracle. However, just as Li Yuan was about to jump onto the altar, Qin Feiyang asked, "Does this altar lead directly to the Seven Birds Mountain?" "Yes." Li Yuan nodded. "Then you stay in the village to recuperate. I'll go alone." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his figure quickly dissipated. "Go alone?" Li Yuan was stunned in the void. "Uncle Yuan, don't worry. Brother Gao's strength is extraordinarily strong. Look at this giant python. He didn't do anything and killed it instantly. I believe that he can save the village chief." Li Feng comforted him. "What? He killed the giant python instantly?" Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Li He, who was standing at the side, was still worried as she looked at the disappearing altar. "Bastards, I'll kill you." Cloud Mountain Village. In the west. In the depths of the mountain. An angry roar resounded through the sky. A bloody middle-aged man, holding a long black saber, was fighting with 3 beasts in the sky. This man was Li Yuntai. His body was full of wounds, deep to the bone, and blood kept flowing. His left arm was also gone, as if it had been torn off by the beasts. The long black saber in his hand was a supreme-grade divine artifact. But it was useless. Because the three beasts all had perfect divine techniques. And they were all perfect divine emperors, which was a small realm higher than Li Yuntai. It wasn't easy for him to hold on until now. The three beasts were three black panthers. They were more than 10 meters long and moved faster than lightning. Their fangs were half a meter long. They looked like humans. Fight. You're just a perfect divine emperor, Ant. What can you fight with? You're really stupid. How dare you come here and steal our things? The three black panthers grinned hideously. The glowing Xiong had a cruel expression on his face. Boom. In the chaotic battle, one of the black panthers slapped Li Yuntai's back with its paw. Li Yuntai fell to the ground like a meteorite with a cry of agony. The long black saber in his hand flew out. The other black panther grabbed the long black saber and laughed. This supreme-grade divine artifact is not bad. It's mine. After saying that, it erased the blood contract in the long black saber. Puff. Li Yuntai spat out another mouthful of blood and fell into the mountains with a loud boom. Boom. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared where Li Yuntai had crashed into. He lay at the bottom of the crater like a bloody man. He looked up at the three black panthers in the sky, his face full of despair. His injuries were serious enough. Now, even his divine artifact was stolen. Was he really going to die here today? Daughter, I'm sorry. I can't take care of you anymore. You have to live well. His figure appeared in his mind. He was full of regret. Why did he come to the Seven Birds Mountain? If he died, who would take care of his daughter for him? Bastard, I won't let you go even if I die. All of a sudden, Li Yuntai roared hysterically. Then, he shot up into the sky. A destructive aura surged out of his body. What? The three black panthers were shocked. He was going to self-destruct. Quick, kill him, one of the black panthers shouted. The self-destruction of a perfect divine emperor could destroy the world. No matter how fast they couldn't escape unless they had spatial divine artifacts. But they didn't. So, they could only bite the bullet and rush toward Li Yuntai. They only hoped that they could shatter Li Yuntai's sea of qi or end his life before he self-destructed. Haha, it's worth it to die with you three beast emperors. Li Yuntai seemed to have gone crazy. What a lunatic. The three black panthers cursed. Whoosh. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the void not far away. It was Qin Feiyang. This aura, as soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, he immediately sensed the terrifying destructive wave. He quickly looked toward the source of the aura. When he saw Li Yuntai's madness, his face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Stop!" His voice was as loud as a bell. It turned into an invisible sound wave and rolled toward Li Yuntai. Li Yuntai felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind was rumbling. The three black panthers also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. But when they saw that Qin Feiyang was only a novice divine emperor, their eyes were full of disdain. "I told you to stop," Qin Feiyang shouted again. Li Yuntai immediately stopped self-destructing. He turned around and quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, "Brother Gao, what are you doing here?" There was a hint of concern in his voice. "Your daughter asked me to come and save you," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then, he looked at the three black panthers. "Save me." Li Yuntai was stunned. "Haha, boy, are you talking in your sleep? How dare you come to save him with your weak cultivation? I think you're just courting death." The three black panthers kept laughing. Their eyes were full of contempt. Then, they rushed toward Qin Feiyang and Li Yuntai fiercely. "Brother Gao, even I am no match for them, let alone you. Go now. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. When you return to the village, tell Li Yuan to take good care of Lian for me. She's my only daughter. I hope that she can continue to live a happy life." After saying that, Li Yuntai dashed toward the three black leopards. But just as he took a step forward, Qin Feiyang pressed him down. Then, without another word, He rushed towards the 3 Black Panthers. "Brother Gao," Li Yuntai exclaimed. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. He looked at the 3 Black Panthers and sneered, "I'd like to see if you have the right to look down on me." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red divine seal appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Divine Dragon Seal. As soon as the Divine Dragon Seal appeared, it became as big as a mountain and rushed toward the 3 Black Panthers. Roar. The 3 screams resounded in the sky. The 3 Black Panthers were sent flying on the spot. Their huge bodies cracked and blood flowed out. The Divine Dragon Seal, on the other hand, was still floating in the void. Its blood-red light illuminated the sky and earth. What? How is this possible? Li Yuntai's eyes widened in anger. It seriously injured the 3 Black Panthers in an instant. One had to know. They were all perfected divine emperors. The 3 Black Panthers were also extremely shocked. What level of divine technique was it? How could it be so powerful? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 beasts coldly and said, "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? How dare you? How arrogant?" The 3 Black Panthers were furious. They performed divine techniques and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. Moreover, the black saber that they took from Li Yuntai also tore through the sky and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. "Brother Gao, watch out. Those are perfect divine techniques. And that saber used to be mine. It's a supreme-grade divine weapon." Li Yuntai quickly reminded him. Qin Feiyang was able to seriously injure the 3 Black Panthers because they were unprepared and did not use divine techniques or divine weapons. But it was different now. Perfect divine techniques and supreme-grade divine weapons. In addition to the gap in cultivation, the 3 Black Panthers were far more powerful than Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he could not help but worry. Chapter 2347. This was another ability of the Emperor Divine Prison, mind deprivation. Although the cultivation of the 3 Black Panthers was stronger than him, and although the imprisonment and deprivation only lasted for an instant, in a battle between experts of this level, an instant was enough to cost him his life. Clang! Just as the Emperor Prison was about to descend, the deity statue shattered the black arrows, turned around, and took a step forward to attack the 3 Black Panther. Roar! Accompanied by 3 whales, the 3 Black Panthers were crushed on the spot, turning into a rain of blood that dyed the sky red. After their bodies were crushed, the divine souls of the 3 Black Panthers were lying in the void, trembling. It was too terrifying. How could a junior divine lord have so many terrifying means? In fact, they did not know that Qin Feiyang had shown them mercy. Otherwise, even their divine souls would have been crushed together with their bodies. "How are you?" Qin Feiyang ignored the 3 beasts and flew to Li Yuntai's side and asked. "I'm fine." Li Yuntai shook his head and scanned the mountains in front of him. That was where the black arrow came from. This meant, who was hiding there? Qin Feiyang also looked up. The Emperor Divine Prison covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. But within tens of thousands of miles, other than the fierce beasts in the mountains, he did not sense anyone else. This meant that the person who attacked him should be outside the Emperor Divine Prison. Boom! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. His spirit power surged out, surging towards the mountains and rivers tens of thousands of miles away. But he did not find anyone. After seeing your strength, he probably thought he was no match for you and ran away. But, as Li Yuntai said this, he swooped down and found a fragment of a black arrow on the ground. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang took a step and landed beside him. He looked at the broken pieces of the arrow and asked suspiciously. "This material, it looks familiar. But I'm not sure. I'll give you an answer after I investigate it." Li Yuntai said to Qin Feiyang after looking at the fragment for a while. Qin Feiyang nodded. He raised his head to look at the souls of the 3 Black Panthers and shouted, "Get down here." The 3 beasts immediately flew in front of the 2, their eyes filled with fear. "Are you still mad?" Qin Feiyang sneered. No. We were wrong, sorry. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We don't want the God-class soul line either. We'll give it to you." The 3 beasts hurriedly begged. "What? God-class soul line?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. The three beasts nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Li Yuntai. Li Yuntai sighed. To tell you the truth, Brother Gao, Li Yuan and I have come to the Seven Birds Mountain for the divine soul vein. There really is one? Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes flashing. He didn't care about level 1 to level 9 soul lines, but he couldn't control himself when facing a god-class soul line. Li Yuntai rose into the air and looked at a broken mountain not far away. He then raised his right hand and a wave of divine power surged into the ground. Crack. Boom. Immediately, the earth began to tremble and crack open. Soon, a 1,000-foot-long soul line was forcefully pulled out from the ground by Li Yuntai's divine power. At first glance, it looked like a giant black dragon. Its light was dazzling, and boundless energy surged in the air like a flood. God-class soul line, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. There was a huge difference between a God-class soul line and a level 9 soul line. A level 9 soul line could produce no more than 100 soul stones a year. But once a God-class soul line was upgraded, the output would double. A level 1 God-class soul line could produce 10,000 soul stones a year. How big was the difference? So, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be tempted by this soul line. This is a level 1 God-class soul line. It can reduce the burden of Cloud Mountain Village. I wanted to take it back, but now, Li Yuntai's eyes were full of reluctance, but in the end, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Gao, since you defeated them, this soul line belongs to you. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at Li Yuntai. Was he really willing to give it up? He wanted to know if Li Yuntai really wanted to give it to him. Or was he just pretending? But after a while, he didn't see any other emotions except reluctance. Li Yuntai took the soul line and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, Brother Gao, here you are. Qin Feiyang didn't refuse and put it into the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing the soul line disappear in front of him, Li Yuntai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't easy to get this soul line, but it fell into this man's pocket. However, this was what he should do. Not only did he defeat the 3 Black Panthers, but he also saved his life. A life-saving grace was more important than anything else. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Yuntai and asked, Have you prepared the soul stones you have to hand in to the Black Rock City this year? We have only prepared more than 50,000, and we still need half. But there is still half a year before the end of the year. We should be able to make it. Li Yuntai said with a smile. But the smile was very forced. If he could bring this soul line back to the village, it would reduce the pressure of Cloud Mountain Village by 1/10. What a pity. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, Fire Lotus, prepare 10 million soul stones for me. You are so generous. Fire Lotus was a little unhappy. Because she knew what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. Helping others is fun. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Okay. I will go prepare it now. Fire Lotus answered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the long black saber in the distance flew over. He threw it to Li Yuntai and said with a smile, I guess everyone is still waiting for you. Go back first. A supreme-grade divine artifact was not enough for him. While speaking, he also took back his fighting soul and deactivated the Rising Dragon technique. Thank you. Li Yuntai said gratefully, then put away the long black saber, took out an altar and quickly opened it. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would swallow the long black saber. Because it was the only supreme-grade divine artifact he had. And it was the strongest trump card of Cloud Mountain Village. However, he did not expect that Qin Feiyang would give it back to him without even looking at it. It seemed that Li Yuan's worry could be relieved. Although this person's background was unknown, he definitely had no intention of harming Cloud Mountain Village. After Qin Feiyang jumped onto the altar, he looked at the 3 Black Panthers' divine souls and said coldly, You 3 follow me. Okay. The 3 beasts nodded and jumped onto the altar. But they were very nervous. Because Qin Feiyang had said that he would take them back to the village to cook. That meant that he might stew them. Or maybe braise or steam them. That was not right. Now that their physical bodies were shattered and only their divine souls were left, it seemed that they could not be braised or steamed. Then why did he ask them to follow him? Soon, The 2 men and 3 beasts arrived at the village entrance. Sure enough, everyone did not leave, and there was a trace of worry on their faces. Especially Li He. Like ants on a hot pan, she was restless. But when they saw Qin Feiyang and Li Yuntai appear, they immediately cheered. Li He immediately threw herself into Li Yuntai's arms, crying, "It's okay, don't cry." Li Yuntai's face was full of love. Li Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to Qin Feiyang and said gratefully, "Brother Gao, thank you." The others were also very grateful. Chapter 2348. Li Principal was a little stunned. He actually managed to save the village chief. How did he do it with 3 perfect monarch god black leopards? It was simply a miracle. The other people in the village also looked at Qin Feiyang with new eyes. And there was a trace of respect in everyone's eyes. This was respect for the strong. Before, although Li He and Li Feng both said that it was Qin Feiyang who killed the giant python and snatched the crystal vein, they still had some doubts. But now, they didn't dare to. Because, if he didn't have some real ability, it was impossible to save the village chief. "It's you. You deserve to die." Suddenly, a roar was heard. Everyone was slightly stunned and turned to look at Li Yuan, only to see Li Yuan aggressively rushing towards the 3 black leopards' divine souls. Why are they here? Wait. It seems to be just divine souls. Village chief, Brother Gao, what's going on? People looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Yuntai in surprise. It was only now that they noticed the divine souls of the 3 beasts. Looking at the fierce Li Yuan, the 3 black leopards' eyes were fierce. Even if they didn't have a physical body and only had divine souls left, they were not people that Li Yuan could offend. However, when Qin Feiyang glanced at them, they became obedient. Li Yuntai's face also changed slightly. He quickly pushed Li He away and stopped Li Yuan, saying, "Li Yuan, don't be impulsive." Brother Gao brought them back. Li Yuan was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, saying, "Brother Gao, just kill these beasts. Why did you bring them back?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course it's for your village." "For our village?" Li Yuan was stunned. Li Yuntai, Li He, Li Feng, and the other villagers were also puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the divine souls of the 3 beasts, and said, "From now on, you stay here and protect Cloud Mountain Village." "What? Let us protect these garbage?" The 3 black leopards suddenly looked unhappy. However, Li Yuntai and the others were very happy to hear Qin Feiyang's words. This was because the 3 black panthers were all perfected divine lords. The strongest people in Cloud Mountain Village were Li Yuntai and Li Dashan, 2 consummate Sir Gods. Even if they worked together, they were no match for the Black Panther. Therefore, with the addition of these 3 Black Panthers, the strength of the Cloud Mountain Village had undoubtedly soared by a large margin. From today onwards, who would dare to come to Cloud Mountain Village and cause trouble in the surrounding villages and ferocious beasts? But, when they heard the 3 Black Panthers call them trash, their faces were filled with anger. "If you're not trash, how did you end up in our hands? You have to be clear about your identities. You are just dire beasts. What qualifications do you have to look down on us humans? If you dare to speak rudely again, I'll kill you all." The group of people was furious. His physical body had already been shattered, and only his soul was left. How dare he be arrogant in front of them? Destroy us? With just the 2 of you? A strand of my divine sense is enough to raise your lousy village to the ground. The 3 Black Panthers sneered. "You try." Li Yuan roared. "Then do you have the ability to stop this Gao person from interfering? Let's see if I dare. A group of ants living at the bottom of the divine land want us to protect them? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The eyes of the 3 beasts were filled with disdain. Everyone was so angry that they gritted their teeth and their eyes were spitting fire. "Have you said enough?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3 Black Panthers. "Not enough. You are very strong. We admire you. It's impossible for us to protect this lousy village." The 3 beasts snorted. "Then I'll kill you all." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with cold light. The 3 beasts suddenly panicked. Qin Feiyang said, I don't like to negotiate. Either you listen to me or die now. Choose. The three beasts heard this and their faces were filled with grievance. They were all consummate Sir Gods, but they were forced to such an extent by a mere Sir God. How embarrassing. Answer me. Qin Feiyang shouted. Okay. We'll listen to you. We'll listen to you. The three beasts trembled and quickly nodded. No matter what, their lives were the most important. They had to save their lives first. Qin Feiyang snorted and turned to Li Yuntai with a smile. Brother Li, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Okay. Li Yuntai nodded. Follow me. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three beasts and flew to the pavilion halfway up the mountain. The three beasts followed behind him nervously. He can even tame such ferocious beasts. That's amazing. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's back and their faces were filled with admiration. Brother Gao is invincible. Li He smiled proudly, then looked at Li Yuntai and asked with concern, Father, are you okay? I'm fine. I'll recover in a few days after taking the divine elixir of life. Li Yuntai rubbed Li his head and suddenly noticed the python and the crystal vein. He asked in surprise, why are they in the village? Li He smiled and said, Brother Gao killed the python and brought the crystal vein back. Li Yuntai was stunned. He looked at Li He and Li Feng and said, You went to see him this morning because of this? Yes. Little He said that she saw you running around tirelessly for the village and wanted to share your burden. So she went to Brother Gao to help. Li Feng nodded. Thank you, girl. Li Yuntai looked down at Li He, his face full of relief. Why are you thanking me? I've been watching the whole time. Brother Gao is the one you should thank. Li He giggled. Yes, I should thank him properly. Li Yuntai nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang again with a smile in his eyes. In front of the pavilion, in the garden. Qin Feiyang sat in the pavilion, drinking tea silently. The souls of the three black panthers stood aside, trembling. Qin Feiyang said, Do you want to promise me that you will stay in the village and find a chance to escape after you reconstruct your bodies? No. Absolutely not. We sincerely want to protect this lousy village. No, we sincerely want to protect Cloud Mountain Village. The three beasts hurriedly said. Do I look like a fool to you? Qin Feiyang looked at them mockingly. Of course not. The three beasts shook their heads. How could there be such a powerful fool in the world? Then it's not right. Let me tell you, don't try to fool me. I've seen countless people stronger than you, more ruthless than you, and more arrogant than you. In the end, there was no exception. They were all trampled under my feet. So, get rid of those unrealistic, naive, and ridiculous ideas as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Yes. The three beasts agreed and kept their promise. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup, took out the azure phoenix sword, and put it on the table. The three beasts looked at the azure phoenix sword in shock. A legendary divine artifact. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he quickly condensed 3 slavery seals. A legendary divine artifact. Are you giving it to us? The three beasts stared at the azure phoenix sword, their eyes full of desire and greed. The slave seals were right in front of them, but they didn't even notice. Chapter 2350. Give it to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, You think too much. Not for us. Then why did you take it out? The three beasts couldn't help but feel disappointed. Isn't it obvious? To deter you. If you dare to resist later, I'll use this sword to end your lives. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a wave of his hand, 3 slavery seals immediately rushed toward the three beasts. What is this? The 3 black panthers only noticed the slavery seals and immediately stared at them, their eyes full of surprise. I'll say it one last time, don't resist. Qin Feiyang said. The 3 black panthers' cultivation was stronger than his, so he must be careful to avoid the backlash of the slavery seals. Swish. Immediately, the 3 slavery seals merged with the 3 beasts' divine souls. They immediately howled miserably. The sharp pain of their divine souls being torn apart made them want to resist several times. But when they saw the azure phoenix sword on the table, they couldn't help but feel their scalp go numb and endure it. Soon, the slavery seals were completed. The sharp pain also disappeared. The three beasts looked at each other. What did he do to them? This is a kind of control divine art. Now, your divine souls are under my control. If you dare to oppose me, then don't blame me for being ruthless and erasing your divine souls. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What? The three beasts' expressions changed. He actually controlled their divine souls. Controlling their divine souls was equivalent to controlling their fate. You don't have to be so nervous. Actually, I just want to leave you in the village to save some unnecessary trouble. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, and his expression eased a lot. What trouble? The three beasts were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, for example, today's incident, if it happens again, I don't have to do it personally, you guys can do it. I see. We will be your shield. The three beasts suddenly understood. You can say that. I just want to cultivate in peace. Sooner or later, I will also leave Cloud Mountain Village. At that time, if you perform well, I can consider giving you back your freedom. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The three beasts were taken aback and hurriedly asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. We will definitely perform well. The three beasts were wild with joy. As long as he could regain his freedom, he was willing to do anything. Next. The three beasts soared into the air. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, where are you going? Of course it's to find a place to go into seclusion and rebuild my body, San Shou said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, how long will it take to reconstruct it? It will probably take a few decades, San Shou said. So long? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What do you think? That's pretty fast, Yang Qi said. After all, we're only perfect godly sovereigns. If we were paragon gods or nine heavens cultivators, we'd need even more time to rebuild our bodies. Besides, isn't this all you're doing? The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, then I'll send you guys to a place where you'll be able to rebuild your bodies in a few days. That powerful? Where? The three beasts looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang did not explain. With a wave of his hand, he sent the three beasts to the castle and instructed the fire lotus to take good care of them. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the azure phoenix sword, stood up, and walked under the small waterfall. He washed off the bloodstains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and continued to sit in the pavilion. He drank tea while pondering. Now, the divine dragon art had already been upgraded to the legendary level, so he could put it aside for the time being. The fire phoenix art was currently a peak-level divine art and had already become his first choice. Next was the ruins art, eclipse of the sun and moon. Because these two divine arts had also been upgraded to perfect divine arts. Finally, there was the Guiyuan sword art. Currently, it was only a high-grade divine art. Moreover, as he continued to understand the Guiyuan sword art, he could faintly feel that there was still room for improvement. This room for improvement was not referring to the grade. It was power. In other words, the power of the Guiyuan sword art could still be raised to another level. It was just that at the moment, he didn't know how to improve it. Other than these divine arts, he still had the soul extermination technique, concealment art, rising dragon art, and 3,000 incarnations. The soul extermination technique could be ignored for the time being. After all, it was already a legendary level divine art. The 3,000 incarnations were also gradually improving. On the other hand, the concealment art and the rising dragon art, ever since they had been upgraded to divine arts, he had thrown them aside and did not care about them anymore. Originally, in his opinion, the concealment art only had the effect of invisibility, and the rising dragon art could only raise his cultivation by a small realm. As long as he could use them, it didn't matter if they were low-grade divine arts or high-grade divine arts. However, now that he thought about it carefully, these two divine arts actually needed to be upgraded. For example, the concealment art. The weakness of the concealment art was that it could not withstand the bombardment of its aura. Like now, as long as his opponent was in the same realm as him, they would be able to break through his invisibility. But if he upgraded the level of the concealment art, would he be able to withstand the opponent's aura and continue to be invisible? Then there was the rising dragon art. Now it could only increase his cultivation by a small realm. But if he upgraded it to a medium-grade divine art, high-grade divine art, or perfect divine art, would it be able to increase his cultivation by 2 small realms? All of these were actually possible. So when he had time, he had to study it carefully. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He thought of the Fire Phoenix art. Although the Divine Dragon art had changed, the Fire Phoenix art had not changed at all. Lu Zhangyang, as one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, was famous. And the Fire Phoenix art was created by Lu Zhangyang. So, there must be many people in the Divine Land who knew about the existence of the Fire Phoenix art. He remembered that when he fought with the Golden Falcon in the mountains yesterday, Li Dashan, his wife, Li He, and Li Feng all witnessed the whole process. They must have seen the Fire Phoenix art. Li He and Li Feng did not think much of it. Because they had never left the village, they were not knowledgeable and did not know about the Fire Phoenix art. But Li Dashan and his wife were different. They often went outside and were knowledgeable. Maybe they knew about the Fire Phoenix art. That's not right. Qin Feiyang shook his head and returned to the stool, frowning. If Li Dashan and his wife really knew about the Fire Phoenix art, they should have reacted at that time. But he remembered. At that time, Li Dashan and his wife did not mention a word. In other words, they actually did not know about the Fire Phoenix art. Maybe they had heard of it but had not seen it with their own eyes, so they did not know the form of the Fire Phoenix art. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his frowning brows also relaxed. In fact, even if people knew, it would not matter much. At most, he would change his face. Who would know that he was Qin Feiyang? He was afraid that it would implicate Cloud Mountain Village. Because once the dragons knew that he was in Cloud Mountain Village or had stayed there, Cloud Mountain Village would definitely be in trouble. In the end, Li Dashan and his wife had to die. Because if they did not die, there might be changes. As for Li He and Li Feng, Qin Feiyang did not have the intention to get rid of the 2 of them. Because the 2 of them were not deeply involved in the world and trusted him very much. When he had time, he would give them a slightly serious warning, and they would not talk nonsense. It seems that even if I don't want to kill you, I have to. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He had to say that Li Dashan and his wife were really unlucky. Not only did they provoke someone they should not have, but they also saw something they should not have seen. The point was, the 2 of them were still unaware that there was a Grim Reaper in their village, waiting for them to return. Chapter 2351. In the evening, Li Yuntai came to Qin Feiyang again. They sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and talking. I'm so lucky to have brother Gao. Otherwise, I would have lost my life in the 7 Birds Mountain. It doesn't matter if I die. I'm just worried that no one will take care of Xiao He. After 3 cups of tea, Li Yuntai shook his head and sighed. Thinking of the situation in the 7 Birds Mountain during the day, he couldn't help but feel sad. It's nothing. Brother Li, don't take it to heart. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It may be nothing to you, but it's a huge favor to me. Brother Gao, please accept this bow of mine. As Li Yuntai spoke, he stood up and bowed to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't stop him. Because he was pretentious. Then, Li Yuntai's face became serious and he took out something from his chest. It was the fragment of the arrow. Qin Feiyang looked at the fragment and smiled. It seems that Brother Li has found the owner of the arrow. I can't hide anything from Brother Gao. That's right. I already know who ambushed you. Li Yuntai said in a deep voice. Who? Qin Feiyang drank tea and asked. Fu Wentai. Li Yuntai said word by word with a murderous look in his eyes. Fu Wentai. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, who is it? There are dozens of villages near Cloud Mountain Village. The closest village to Cloud Mountain Village is called Black Mountain Village. It has a similar population as us. There are 2 perfected divine emperors. Fu Wentai is one of them. He's also the village chief of Black Mountain Village. Li Yuntai explained with deep disgust in his eyes. Black Mountain Village. Fu Wentai. Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, Brother Li, do you have a grudge with Fu Wentai? Yes. Brother Jiao, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Although our villages have been oppressed by the city master of Black Rock City, we are not united. They often fight over resources and treasures, Lin Feng said. Our Cloud Mountain Village and Black Mountain Village have always been enemies because of this. However, because the strength of our two villages is equal, we haven't really fallen out with each other. After all, once an all-out war breaks out, both sides will definitely suffer. Li Yuntai said. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was the truth. An all-out war would not benefit either Cloud Mountain Village or Black Mountain Village. Li Yuntai said in a low voice, but I'm worried that the situation might be broken this time. Because of the soul vein? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. A god-class soul line is too important to a village like ours. When Fu Wentai ambushed you, he probably wanted to snatch that god-class soul vein. However, he didn't expect you to be so powerful. But based on my understanding of him, he definitely won't let this matter rest. Li Yuntai was very worried. Let him try if he has the ability. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, not taking it seriously at all. With Brother Gao's strength, of course you have the confidence. But Brother Jiao, you don't know this person. In order to achieve his goal, he will do whatever it takes. Even if he can't get it, he will destroy it. So Brother Jiao, you must listen to me. Don't let your guard down. Li Yuntai warned. Thank you for your concern, Brother Li. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay then, have a good rest. Li Yuntai smiled and got up to leave. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang said. Li Yuntai stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang took out a Chenkuan bag and put it on the stone table. What? Li Yuntai was suspicious. Brother Li gave me the soul vein. Of course, I have to compensate Cloud Mountain Village. Qin Feiyang smiled. Compensation? Li Yuntai was stunned and quickly waved his hand. No, this is what you deserve. Let's take a look first. Qin Feiyang pointed to the Chenkuan bag. Li Yuntai glanced at the Chenkuan bag and felt curious. This person was so powerful and had so many tricks up his sleeves. What he gave him would definitely not be simple. Hence, driven by curiosity, Li Yuntai grabbed the Chenkuan bag and immersed his divine consciousness into it. Right away, he was completely dumbfounded. There was a bag full of soul stones in the Chenkuan bag. How many were there? 100,000? 1 million? 2 million? It was definitely more than that. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, a total of 10 million yuan. Take it. What? 10 million yuan? Li Yuntai felt dizzy. There were so many of them. Cloud Mountain Village could not amass 10 million yuan even after decades of effort. To him, it was an astronomical figure that he could not reach. Was this considered fortune falling from the sky? This sudden surprise made him feel elated. He could not come to his senses for a long time. No, I don't need it. It's too much and too precious. After coming to his senses, Li Yuntai quickly put the Chenkuan bag on the stone table and waved his hand. This was too scary. He gave 10 million soul stones at once. He had never seen such a generous person. It was too much. It made him feel hesitant and uneasy. Compared to the value of the spirit vein, these soul stones are nothing. Besides, after the bloody battle with the 3 Black Panthers during the day, we are now friends in adversity. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If you stand on ceremony, you are being pretentious. I don't like to deal with pretentious people. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. This, Li Yuntai was hesitant. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Because 10 million soul stones was enough to pay the Black Rock City's taxes for 50 years. However, in the face of this sudden wealth, he did not dare to accept it. Because he did not know Qin Feiyang's background. He also did not know what Qin Feiyang's purpose was. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, don't think too much. Just take it. Li Yuntai looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the Chenkuan bag. He suddenly gritted his teeth and nodded. Since Brother Gao said so, I won't stand on ceremony. Then he grabbed the Chenkuan bag with a face full of joy. With these soul stones, he would not have to worry about paying the Black Rock City's taxes for 50 years. This was not only a great thing for him, but also for the whole Cloud Mountain village. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then, under Li Yuntai's continuous gratitude, he sent Li Yuntai out. Qin Dage, if your elders were here, they would definitely scold you for being a prodigal son. Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. I just want to be at ease and not owe others. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That was because favors would cause people to be restrained. Sometimes, it was not convenient to do things. He did not like this feeling very much. Spending 10 million soul stones to buy a peace of mind. You are really generous. It seems that you have forgotten the situation when we first entered the ancient world. Just for a few soul stones, you fought so hard. Fire Lotus was dissatisfied. You can earn more if you don't have them. Qin Feiyang was very carefree. After saying that, he entered the castle's cultivation room and continued to cultivate. Chapter 2352. The night was as dark as ink. On the opposite side of the mountain. On the terrace. Two middle-aged men stood side by side. They were Li Yuntai and Li Yuan. Brother Yuntai, tell me I'm not dreaming. Li Yuan held a Chenkuan bag in his hand, his face full of shock and disbelief. The Chenkuan bag contained the 10 million soul stones that Qin Feiyang gave to Li Yuntai. Although Li Yuan's cultivation was good, he had never seen so many soul stones in his life. He could not believe it was real. Li Yuntai laughed. Slap yourself and you'll know if you're dreaming or not. Slap. Li Yuan immediately slapped himself hard on the face. Li Yuntai looked at him in shock. It was just a joke. Did he really slap himself? It hurts. Li Yuan touched his burning face and said excitedly, since it hurts, it's not a dream. As he spoke, he looked down at the Chenkuan bag in his hand and shouted, the 10 million soul stones are real. Keep it down. Li Yuntai's expression changed and he hurriedly scolded him. Li Yuan covered his mouth and looked at Li Yuntai excitedly. Don't tell anyone about the 10 million soul stones. Even Xiao He and Xiao Feng don't know. Li Yuntai looked around and said in a deep voice. Why do you have to hide it from everyone? Brother Yuntai, do you want to keep it all to yourself? Li Yuan was surprised. Keep it all to yourself. Li Yuntai's face darkened. He gave Li Yuan a hard knock and said in a low voice, think about it. If the 10 million soul stones are leaked, what will happen? It will definitely cause a sensation. The nearby villages will also be jealous. At this point, Li Yuan revealed a look of realization and nodded. I understand now. You're afraid of being targeted by others. That's right. Not to mention the other villages, even the people of Cloud Mountain Village are not that united. Especially Li Dashan. When he comes back from Black Rock City and hears that we got the 10 million soul stones, do you think he'll let it go easily? So, this must be kept a secret. It's best to pretend that the 10 million soul stones never happened. Everyone, just do what you're supposed to do. Li Yuntai said. Li Yuan asked suspiciously, then what should we do with these 10 million soul stones? Put it in the village's treasury. No. Li Dashan can enter the treasury freely. If he sees it, he will definitely steal it. I think, if it was on me, I wouldn't believe it. Li Dashan came to search me. As for the use of these 10 million soul stones, in my opinion, we should use it to cultivate the younger generation in our village. Li Yuntai said after some thought. All right. For example, Little He and Little Feng are both quite talented. With these soul stones, their cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Li Yuan nodded. Yeah. This is the end of our lives. In the future, the village will have to depend on these young people. Li Yuntai smiled. A smile crept onto Li Yuan's face. Suddenly, he glanced at Qin Feiyang's pavilion, his eyes flashing. He said in a low voice, Big Brother Yuntai, this man is willing to give us 10 million soul stones. I think he must have a lot of soul stones on him. What do you want? Li Yuntai frowned. A cold look flashed across Li Yuan's eyes as he said, Lord Yuntai, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Slap. Li Yuntai slapped Li Yuan hard in the face. Big brother Yuntai, you, Li Yuan was dumbfounded. I didn't hit you too hard. If it wasn't for him, I would have died in Seven Birds Mountain. Don't think that my death has nothing to do with you. If I die, will people like Fu Wentai let you go? Will they let Cloud Village go? So, he is not only my savior, but also the savior of the entire Cloud Village. Moreover, he even robbed us of a level 9 crystal vein. But now, you want to bite the hand that feeds you. Don't you think you deserve a beating? Li Yuntai scolded in secret, his face full of anger. I'm sorry, big brother Yuntai. I was just thinking about it. He is so strong. How would I dare? Li Yuan hurriedly said. Don't even think about it. Don't be like Li Das-han. This kind of person will not have a good ending. Li Yuntai said. I understand. I won't do it again. Li Yuan nodded. After living together for so many years, it was the first time he saw Li Yuntai so angry. That's enough. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Don't do anything stupid. Li Yuntai said. I won't. Don't worry. Li Yuan smiled. After that, Li He and Li Feng did not go to Qin Feiyang again. It was not that they did not want to go, but because of Li Yuntai's instructions. If there was nothing important, they should not disturb him. The villagers were also very happy, because there was a level 9 crystal vein in the village. Although the crystal vein was not as good as the spirit vein, it could at least help the village. As for the 10 million spirit stones, no one except Li Yuntai and Li Yuan knew about it. Although the village was jubilant, Li Yuntai was getting more and more worried by the day. Because he found that there were strangers around the village from time to time, as if they were spying on them. 5 days later, Li Yuntai and Li Yuan stood on the highest mountain in the village. They restrained their aura and looked down at the mountainside. On the mountainside, there was a big man in black lying on his stomach. The big man was hiding behind a bush, looking around sneakily. He was looking at Cloud Mountain Village. Li Yuan stared at the big man in black with strong killing intent in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, It's Fu Wentai's brother, Fu Wenhai. Don't be impulsive. Li Yuntai said to himself. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 days. But how can I tolerate it when he keeps coming to spy on us? Li Yuan said telepathically. Black Mountain Village is not weaker than us. We should not fight if we can. If he wants to spy on us, let him. Li Yuntai said. Li Yuan frowned and said to himself, why don't we just go to war with them? Anyway, we have Gao Xiaosan now. As long as we ask him to help, it will be easy to destroy Black Mountain Village. Silly. Didn't you hear Xiao He say that this person doesn't like trouble? Moreover, before he went to save me last time, he clearly told you that he would only do it this time. The fact that he can stay in Cloud Mountain Village is already an invisible deterrent. Otherwise, Fu Wentai would have brought people to kill us. They have been holding back because they are afraid of Gao Xiaosan. So don't bother him unless it's a last resort. If we offend him and leave Cloud Mountain Village, who will protect us? Li Yuntai said to himself. Sigh. He's not from the village after all. He's unreliable. Li Yuan sighed to himself. Don't complain. He has done his best for us. We have to know how to be content. You stay here and keep an eye on Fu Wenhai. I'll go back first. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. Li Yuntai said. Okay. Li Yuan nodded. Li Yuntai quietly left. Li Yuan looked at Li Yuntai's back and couldn't help but frown. Is he unhappy with Li Yuntai? Suddenly, just behind Li Yuan, a mocking laugh sounded. Chapter 2353. Falling in love with you. Translator. Hearing this, Li Yuan immediately quivered. He immediately turned around and saw that Fu Wenhai was actually standing behind him at an unknown time. Actually, I don't like him. Why don't you join Black Mountain Village? We'll help you get rid of him. Fu Wenhai stared at Li Yuan and smiled. Join you? Who do you think you are? Li Yuan sneered. Fu Wenhai's eyes flashed coldly. That's too much. You're the one who's too much. How dare you spy on us every day? And how did you know we're here? Li Yuan asked. I noticed you the moment you appeared. I thought you'd attack me, but I didn't expect you to be so tolerant. Seems like you're still afraid of Black Mountain Village. Fu Wenhai sneered. Cut the crap. Since you're exposed, get lost. Cloud Mountain Village doesn't welcome you. Li Yuan shouted. Fu Wenhai said, Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with us? Cooperate with you? Isn't that asking a tiger for its skin? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Yuan shouted. Asking a tiger for its skin? Fu Wenhai was stunned for a moment. His eyes glinted as he chuckled. You mean you're really dissatisfied with Li Yuntai? Of course not. Brother Yuntai treats me like his own brother. I've always respected him. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Li Yuan snorted. That's a nice way to put it. But do you really think so in your heart? How about this? You cooperate with us. We'll work together to kill Li Yuntai. Once Li Yuntai is dead, you'll take over Cloud Mountain Village. And Black Mountain Village only wants that god-level soul vein. Fu Wenhai continued to tempt. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, I told you to get lost. Don't be ungrateful. I find you pleasing to the eye because I think you're a character. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse now. Fu Wenhai smiled coldly. Li Yuan heard this, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed. If Fu Wenhai had attacked him from behind, he would have been dead. Cooperate with us. It's not bad for you. Fu Wenhai instigated again. Shut up. I've already said that you've found the wrong person. If you dare say another word, I'll kill you. Li Yuan glared at Fu Wenhai, killing intent surging in his eyes. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Unfortunately, you are too stubborn. Just you wait. Soon, you will die with Li Yuntai. Fu Wenhai laughed. Translation. Li Yuan could not bear it any longer. His aura exploded as he punched at Fu Wenhai. You still dare to attack me? Fu Wenhai was infuriated and also punched out. Boom. Both their cultivation because there is because there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What? Their translation because? The village. Everyone looked up at the mountain peak. However, there were trees teat. However, they could sense the auras of the two of them. It's Fu Wenhai's. Why is this bastard in our village? At that moment, the villagers were furious. Those half-step divine lords and above put down what they were doing, rolled up their sleeves and prepared to attack. No one is allowed to attack. But just then, Li Yuntai dashed out from a forest, looking rather annoyed. Didn't I tell him not to be impulsive? Why didn't he listen? Brother Yuntai, this bastard came to our village. Isn't he provoking us? Although Cloud Village is small, Black Mountain Village can't provoke us. Fu Wenhai, if you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving. That's right. Kill him. Let Black Mountain Village know that this is the price of trespassing. A group of villagers were seething with anger. Quiet. I'll handle this. Li Yuntai frowned and flew to the top of the mountain again. He looked at Fu Wenhai and Li Yuan. What's going on? I just left and you guys started fighting? I didn't attack first. He noticed us a long time ago. The worst thing is that he instigated me to betray the village and join Black Mountain Village. So I didn't hold back. Li Yuan said. What? Li Yuntai's eyes darkened. He stared at Fu Wenhai and said, although our two families have always had grudges, I have never done such a despicable thing. That's because you're stupid. Fu Wenhai sneered. Haha, Li Yuntai laughed and said, you're indeed Fu Wenhai's brother. You're the same. Fu Wenhai's face darkened and he shouted, be careful with your words. Disaster comes from the mouth. Disaster comes from the mouth, Li Yuntai murmured. His eyes turned cold and he said, then I'll let you have a taste of what disaster comes from the mouth. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, He took a step forward, landed in front of Fu Wenhai and slapped him. "How dare you?" Fu Wenhai shouted angrily. Slap. A loud sound of a slap was heard. Fu Wenhai was stunned. Li Principal was excited. Brother Yuntai finally appeared. Slap. Li Yuntai was expressionless as he slapped him again. Fu Wenhai flew out and hit the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was just 2 slaps and his face was swollen like a pig's head. One could imagine. Li Yuntai's 2 slaps were very powerful. Fu Wenhai lay on the ground, staring at Li Yuntai like a beast. "If it weren't for your brother Fu Wentai, you would be a corpse now. Don't challenge my patience again. I can't kill your brother, but I can kill you as easily as stepping on an ant. Get out of here." Li Yuntai shouted. "Okay. Very good. Li Yuntai, you're brave. Let's wait and see." Fu Wenhai got up, raised his hand and pointed at Li Yuntai with a trembling finger. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Then he turned around and left at lightning speed. "Brother, that's how it should be. Otherwise, they will think that our Yunshan village is easy to bully." Li Yuan laughed. The villagers below also had joyful looks on their faces. Li Yuntai looked at Li Yuan and then at the villagers below. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was more worried. "Brother Yuntai, what's wrong with you?" Li Yuan looked at him suspiciously. "I can already foresee that the calamity of Yunshan village is coming. Tell the villagers to get ready for the battle." Li Yuntai sighed. He took a step forward and disappeared into the mountains. "Calamity?" Li Yuan smiled disdainfully and muttered, "Isn't it just a black mountain village? What's there to be afraid of?" Then he rose into the air, looked down at the villagers and shouted, "Everyone, Brother Yuntai has ordered us to get ready for the battle with Black Mountain Village." "What? The battle has started? This can't be. Li Dashan hasn't come back from Black Rock City." Yunshan Village was suddenly in an uproar. "Stupid." A voice was heard. But no one heard it. The owner of the voice was Qin Feiyang. As soon as Fu Wenhai and Li Yuan exchanged blows, he came out. However, he came out in the castle. Therefore, no one saw him. He also witnessed the whole process. Looking at Li Yuan, who was standing in the air above the mountain peak, full of confidence, he could not help but feel disappointed. He thought that this person was good. But he did not expect that he was a boorish man who liked to show off. He was even a little arrogant. Chapter 2354. I'm in love with you. Translator: It was not a good time for Cloud Mountain Village to start a war with Black Mountain Village. First of all, Li Dashan. Li Dashan and his wife were the main fighting force of Cloud Mountain Village. However, both of them had gone to Black Rock City, leaving Li Yuntai alone. How could Li Yuntai stop Black Mountain Village, which was on par with Cloud Mountain Village? Secondly, Black Mountain Village coveted the god-level soul vein. They would be well prepared before attacking Cloud Mountain Village. They would destroy everything. They would not give Cloud Mountain Village any chance to fight back. If they started a war, Cloud Mountain Village would definitely lose. In comparison, Li Yuntai was more farsighted. Li Yuntai had thought of these factors. Otherwise, he would not be so worried. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He drove the castle back to the attic and continued to cultivate. At the same time, the villagers of Cloud Mountain Village were also preparing for the war. The elderly and children had to be settled in advance. Otherwise, what would happen if they got involved? Li Yuan was like a high and mighty commander, pointing here and there. He was very arrogant. As for Li Yuntai, he seemed to have disappeared from the world. He had not appeared since he left the mountain peak. Noon. The sun hung high in the sky. Under the sunlight, the earth was like a furnace, making people sleepy. However, no one in Cloud Mountain Village was lazy. They were all hale and hearty. Boom. Finally, more than 10 people landed in the sky above the village, accompanied by terrifying auras. They were led by 2 middle-aged men. One of them was burly. He was taller than ordinary people. He was about 8 feet tall, like a giant. His upper body was exposed. He had short black hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He had a strong aura. His cultivation was at the level of a perfect Sir God. The other person was relatively normal. He was thin, about 1.75 meters tall, and wore a pitch-black robe. However, his eyes were cold. His pupils were glowing with green light, like a snake's eyes. His cultivation was also at the level of a perfect Sir God. There were 15 people behind them. There were men and women. Everyone's aura was at the level of a great Sir God. Fu Wenhai was among them. Whoosh! Just as Fu Wenhai's group arrived, Li Yuan led a dozen or so people into the air. Other than Li Yuan, they were all large success divine lords. The two sides stood facing each other with swords drawn and bows bent. The atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. The 8-foot-tall brawny man swept his gaze across the group of people from Cloud Mountain Village. His gaze finally landed on Li Yuan as he said contemptuously, "You, a mere small success divine lord, dare to come up here?" Li Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Fu Qi, don't be arrogant. It's still unknown who will emerge victorious today." "Ha ha," the burly man laughed. Fu Wenhai gloomily looked at Li Yuan and ran to the side of the black-clothed man with a cold gaze. He said resentfully, "Big brother, kill him first." Obviously. This person was the existence of the Black Mountain Village, Fu Wentai. Fu Wentai looked at Li Yuan, his pupils suffused with a gloomy light. Li Yuan showed no fear. However, in his heart, he was extremely nervous. The dozen or so people behind him were also extremely anxious. Where did the village chief run off to? The people from Black Mountain Village had already killed their way here. Why hadn't they returned yet? "I can't let my brother's 2 slaps go to waste." Fu Wentai suddenly spoke. His voice was also gloomy and cold. "He sneaked into my Cloud Mountain Village and was caught by us. He deserved to be killed. 2 slaps is considered light." Li Yuan shouted. "All right. Since he deserved it, then you deserve to die." After Fu Wentai finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Li Yuan like a ghost. Li Yuan's face changed and retreated without hesitation. However, his speed was not comparable to Fu Wentai's at all. A green dagger entered Li Yuan's lower abdomen with a poochie sound. "Ah!" Li Yuan immediately screamed and his face turned pale. "Show mercy." But at this moment, accompanied by a shout, Li Yuntai broke through the air like a stream of light. However, Fu Wentai just glanced at Li Yuntai indifferently, then raised his arm and grabbed Li Yuan's neck. Then he put away the dagger and slapped Li Yuan's face one after another. Smack! One by one, the loud slaps reverberated in the void. In just a few slaps, Li Yuan's face was badly mutilated. His teeth were shattered. His nose and mouth were also torn open and he was screaming in pain. He looked extremely miserable. The dozen phenomenal divine lords behind Li Yuan were angry and helpless when they saw this scene. Fu Wentai was a consummate divine lord and his cultivation was stronger than theirs. And he had a divine weapon. Therefore, they did not dare to save Li Yuan. However, the people of Black Mountain Village were sneering. Especially the brawny man, Fu Qi, who stared at Li Yuan who was like a dead dog with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. However, Fu Wentai was the happiest. There was no sympathy on his face. It was full of sarcasm. It was as if he was saying to Li Yuan, "See, this is the price you have to pay for messing with me. Why don't you weigh your own strength? Is he someone you, a low-level divine lord, can afford to mess with?" Fu Wentai, don't go too far. Li Yuan's skull was cracked and his sea of consciousness was shattered. He was about to die. Li Yuntai finally came and slapped at Fu Wentai angrily. "Humph!" Fu Wentai snorted and threw Li Yuan at Li Yuntai. Then, he stepped back to his original position. Li Yuntai saw this and quickly stopped. He grabbed Li Yuan and asked, "Are you okay? Where have you been? Why are you only here now?" Li Yuan asked weakly. However, his face was full of hostility. This hostility was not only directed at Fu Wentai but also at Li Yuntai. If Li Yuntai had not gone missing, he would not have been beaten up like this. I went to see Xiao, his mother. Li Yuntai said in a low voice. His face was full of self-blame. If he had come back earlier, Li Yuan would not have been abused like this. What's there to see about a dead person? Is it not as dangerous as the safety of us living people? Anger rose in Li Yuan's heart. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to come so soon. Li Yuntai said. Li, his mother, was his wife. However, she had passed away a long time ago and was buried in the back mountain of the village. After leaving the mountain peak, he went to the back mountain. Because he was afraid that he would not have another chance in the future. The fact that he did this and thought this meant that he was prepared to die in battle. However, Li Yuan did not know this and kept blaming him. Li Yuan didn't realize that he was the one who had caused all of this to happen. If he had listened to Li Yuntai and restrained himself, Fu Wentai and the others would not have come to Cloud Mountain Village now. However, Li Yuntai had nothing to say in the face of Li Yuan's blame. Brother Yuntai, take him down first. A big man next to him said. Li Yuntai nodded and waved his hand. Li Yuan fell to the ground like a pile of mud and was caught by an old man who had just become a divine lord. Take good care of him. Li Yuntai looked at the old man and said. Okay. The old man nodded. Brother Yuntai, don't blame yourself. Because we all know how you feel about sister-in-law. Don't blame Li Yuan. It's normal for him to lose his mind after being humiliated like this. The dozen or so divine lords comforted him. Don't worry. I don't blame him. Li Yuntai smiled. He looked up at Fu Wenhai and Fu Qi and said in a low voice, Are you really going to fight? Chapter 2355. I'm in love with you. Translator, the truth is right in front of your eyes. Do you still need to ask? Fu Wentai smirked. Black Mountain Village and Cloud Mountain Village have similar strength. It won't do you any good if we go all out. Li Yuntai said. Haha, are you trying to scare us? Do you think we don't know that Li Dashan and his wife went to Black Rock City? You're the only lonely old man left in Cloud Mountain Village. Fu Qi laughed. Li Yuntai's face darkened. Sure enough, these people had made thorough preparations. Why? Are you scared? Continue to be arrogant. Come on, I'm right here. Hit me again if you dare. Fu Wenhai slapped his face, stared at Li Yuntai, and yelled. Although Li Yuan had already been beaten to a pulp, he was still angry. Because the person who beat him was Li Yuntai. He could only vent his anger if Li Yuntai died. Li Yuntai glanced at Fu Wenhai, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Fu Wentai and Fu Qi, and said, Although Li Dashan went to Black Rock City, don't forget that there's still an expert in our village. Yes. This expert's strength is enough to kill you bastards in an instant. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. The group of people behind Li Yuntai roared. They were emboldened when they thought of Qin Feiyang's strength. Fu Wentai glanced at them, looked at Li Yuntai, and mocked, Are you talking about that junior divine emperor? Yes. Li Yuntai nodded. Hee, Fu Wentai grinned. Li Yuntai frowned. How could he be so fearless? Fu Wentai sneered, He's powerful, but is he still in Cloud Mountain Village? Li Yuntai was stunned. Tell me the truth. It's because I'm afraid of him that I haven't attacked Cloud Mountain Village. That's why I asked my brother to keep an eye on Cloud Mountain Village. But my brother hasn't seen him in the past few days. What does this mean? It means that he has left Cloud Mountain Village. Now, you want to use him to threaten me? How ridiculous. Fu Wentai's gloomy face was full of ridicule. Leave. Li Yuntai was stunned. That's right. After returning from the Seven Birds Mountain, Qin Feiyang did not step out of the door. He stayed in the attic and cultivated in seclusion. Fu Wenhai had been monitoring for a few days, but he did not see Qin Feiyang appear. It was normal for him to think that he had left. But had he really left? He was very clear about this matter. However, it would be inappropriate for him to ask Qin Feiyang for help. Because he didn't know Qin Feiyang, and he didn't know Qin Feiyang's temper. What if he angered him? Li Yuntai took a deep breath and said in a low voice, So, today's battle is unavoidable? Yes. Today is the end of your Cloud Mountain village. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the god-tier soul line, I can consider letting you go. Fu Wentai smiled sinisterly. I gave that spirit vein to Brother Gao. If you have the ability, go ask him for it. Li Yuntai said. Give it to him? Haha, do you think we're stupid? You're willing to give away a rank 1 god-tier soul vein? Looks like we have to make a move. Fu Wentai sneered. Then let's do it. Brothers, kill them and snatch the soul vein and the treasure vault of Cloud Mountain Village. The brawny Fu Qi was a bloodthirsty master. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He immediately roared and charged toward Li Yuntai. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a blood-red battle axe appeared. The battle axe was about half a meter long, as if it was cast in blood, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. This was also a supreme-grade divine artifact. He grabbed the blood axe and rushed in front of Li Yuntai. Without saying a word, he swung the axe. The blade tore through the sky. Fu Qi. Seeing this, Li Yuntai's murderous intent rose. Clang. A long black saber appeared. He grabbed the long saber and faced it head-on. The two met in an instant, creating dazzling sparks. Kill. Just as the two of them fought, the phenomenal divine lords from both sides immediately took out their respective divine artifacts and charged toward each other. With the same cultivation, their divine artifacts were similar. A bloody battle immediately unfolded in the sky above the village. Li Yuntai and his group were afraid that the flames of war would affect the village and villagers below. Therefore, they gradually moved the battlefield to the sky. Everyone had opponents except for Fu Wentai and his brother. Fu Wenhai scanned the village and said, "Big brother, Fu Qi is holding Li Yuntai back. Let's hurry down and find the soul vein." No. The soul vein is dead. It can't run away. But Li Yuntai is different. Once Li Yuntai escapes, there will be endless trouble in the future. So, we have to get rid of him. As for you, Fu Wentai scanned the villagers below. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Take the supreme-grade divine artifact I gave you and kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill them all? Haha, I like this job." Fu Wenhai laughed sinisterly. He took out a black divine bow and charged toward the village below. At the same time, Fu Wentai also grabbed the green dagger and rushed into the sky, charging toward Li Yuntai like a ghost. Li Yuntai's expression changed instantly. Fu Qi was already difficult to deal with. With Fu Wentai, wouldn't it be a dead end? What made him most anxious was actually Fu Wenhai. He actually charged toward the villagers. Of course, he knew that the divine bow in Fu Wenhai's hand was Fu Wentai's divine artifact. Cloud Mountain Village had a total of 3 supreme-grade divine artifacts. They were Li Yuntai's black saber, Li Dashan's 3-foot sword, and Li Dashan's wife's dagger. It was also the dagger that she used to attack Qin Feiyang and break Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi. But Black Mountain Village also had 3 supreme-grade divine artifact. Fu Qi's blood axe, Fu Wentai's green dagger, and the divine bow in Fu Wenhai's hand at this moment. A few days ago at Seven Birds Mountain, Fu Wentai used this divine bow to attack Qin Feiyang. If Li Dashan and his wife didn't go to Black Rock City, this battle would at most be a lose-lose. But now, Li Dashan and his wife weren't there. Not only did they lack a perfect Sir God, but they also lacked 2 supreme-grade divine artifacts. In Li Yuntai's view, there was no chance of winning at all. Today, was Cloud Mountain Village really going to be destroyed? No. For everyone. For our daughter. Today, I must fight to the death. Li Yuntai roared. The black saber came back to life. Like a mad beast, he fought a bloody battle. Fu Wentai grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into his heart. But he didn't care at all. He slashed his saber angrily. Suddenly, a deep wound appeared on Fu Wentai's body. Fu Qi's axe chopped at his shoulder. But he didn't change his expression. As if he didn't feel pain, he stabbed Fu Qi in the chest. This was completely a life-for-life fighting style. He was like a madman, doing everything he could. Fu Qi and Fu Wentai were both shocked. 2 against 1, not only did they not achieve a crushing victory, But they were also seriously injured by Li Yuntai again and again. This guy was indeed worthy of being their old rival. He was hard to deal with. Chapter 2356. I'm in love with you. Translator below. Fu Wenhai was murderous. Quick. Stop him. Don't let him come down. An old man who had just become a god roared. Although the old, weak, women, and children had settled down in advance, there were still many people in the village. These people were basically experts above the war god level. Originally, they thought that Fu Wentai would bring the war god of Black Mountain Village along. But they did not expect that. In the end, he only brought a great success Divine Lord. Therefore, now, in Cloud Mountain Village, other than great success Divine Lords, no one else had the qualifications to interfere. And although Fu Wenhai was only a small success Divine Lord, the divine bow in his hand was a genuine supreme-grade divine artifact. With this divine artifact, he could slaughter all of them. War gods, half-step divine lords, early divine lords, these were the future pillars of Cloud Mountain Village. They could not all die here. Therefore, as the old man's voice fell, more than 50 people rose into the air, carrying a terrifying aura as they charged towards Fu Wenhai. They were all small success divine lords of Cloud Mountain Village. They had divine arts and divine artifacts. However, they were basically high-grade divine arts and high-grade divine artifacts. There were even many middle-grade divine artifacts. How could these divine artifacts be a match for supreme-grade divine artifacts? Fu Wenhai waved his divine bow. Wherever he went, no one could match him. One divine artifact after another shattered. With a supreme-grade divine artifact in hand, Fu Wenhai went crazy. More than 50 small success divine lords of Cloud Mountain Village were blasted into the ground one after another. Each of them had fatal wounds on their bodies. More than half of their divine artifacts were also destroyed. Come on. You trash. Let's see if you can hurt me. Fu Wenhai laughed wildly. The divine bow in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. Beast, you will die a horrible death. Someone in the village cursed angrily. But more of them were desperate. It had been a few days. Why hadn't Li Dashan returned yet? You still dare to curse me? Hee hee. Watch how I kill all of you and dye Cloud Mountain Village with blood. Fu Wenhai was extremely ferocious. Clang. He grabbed the bowstring, divine power surging. Very soon, an arrow of light formed from divine power appeared, emitting a world-destroying sharpness. Be destroyed. Fu Wenhai let out a long whistle, and the light arrow suddenly pierced through the air, shooting toward the village below. Bastard! Bastard! When the great success Sir gods who were fighting saw this scene, they immediately roared hysterically. Li Yuntai also gritted his teeth. With this arrow, would the villagers still have a chance to survive? Die, die. Go to hell. From now on, there will be no more Cloud Mountain Village. The people from the Black Mountain Village laughed wildly. Fu Wenhai, you bastard, I'll kill you. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. An old woman with white hair rushed towards the light arrow. She had the cultivation of a small success divine lord. He had fought with Fu Wenhai before, and there was also a fist-sized hole in his body, with blood gushing out. But she didn't care. When she approached the light arrow, she didn't dodge at all. Divine power surged out, and she sent a fist flying over. One had to know. That divine bow was a supreme-grade divine artifact. With her cultivation and physical body, how could she possibly withstand it? Her arm shattered on the spot. Even half of her body was pierced through. Blood dyed the sky red. But she actually didn't retreat, and didn't care about the light arrow anymore. She rushed towards Fu Wenhai like a madwoman. Quick! Everyone attack together, shatter the light arrow. A middle-aged man shouted. Immediately, the people in the village, whether war gods or Sir gods, all activated their divine power, turning it into a wave of divine power that blasted towards the light arrow. With a loud bang, the light arrow finally shattered. However, most of the people in the village were sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths. Those war gods fell to the ground on the spot and fainted. But the battle was not over. The white-haired old woman was bleeding all over, and her face was pale, but she didn't take any healing pills. She stared at Fu Wenhai, with a sinister smile on her old face. Fu Wenhai raised his eyebrows and sneered, "You really aren't afraid of death? All right, I'll fulfill your wish first." With that, he raised the divine bow and slammed it towards the old woman. The white-haired old woman didn't dodge, and used her body to block the divine bow. Flesh and blood splattered, and at the same time, she raised her other hand and hugged Fu Wenhai's waist tightly, and rushed out of the village, shouting, "Bastard, let's go to hell together." A destructive aura rushed out from within his body. What? He's going to self-destruct. The people of Black Mountain Village were shocked. Especially Fu Wentai. Fu Wenhai was his brother, how could he not be worried? So, he immediately left Li Yuntai and flew towards Fu Wenhai. The people of Cloud Mountain Village were sad. If there was a choice, would the old woman self-destruct? No. She saw that there was no hope, so she self-destructed to fight for a glimmer of hope for Cloud Mountain Village, for everyone. Li Yuntai had already become a bloody man. There were 5 or 6 bloody holes on his body, and his right hand was shattered. He was extremely weak. Looking at the white-haired old woman, he was also sad. But the old woman's action had also completely stimulated his determination to protect everyone. "I will not let anything happen to Cloud Mountain Village, even if I have to risk my life. Fu Qi, die." Li Yuntai ignored the white-haired old woman and rushed towards Fu Qi. "No, let's talk. Big brother, save me." Fu Wenhai was also terrified at this moment. He never thought that this old woman would be so crazy to self-destruct. How terrifying was the power of a low-level god of war's self-destruction. Even a perfect monarch god would not be able to escape death, let alone him. He was only a low-level monarch god. He roared and struggled while calling for help from Fu Wentai. But the white-haired old woman turned a deaf ear and hugged him with all her strength. She even used her mouth to bite Fu Wenhai's flesh. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed into the mountain on the east side of the village like a meteor. "Hurry up and blast her away. Kill her with the divine bow." Fu Wentai also chased crazily, his face was full of anxiety. Fu Wenhai was already scared out of his wits and forgot that he still had a supreme-grade divine artifact in his hand. Hearing Fu Wentai's words, he suddenly quivered. Divine power rolled out and poured into the divine bow. "You piece of trash. If it wasn't for your big brother protecting you, you would have died many times. Only now do you think of the divine bow? It's too late, let's die together." The two of them were already far away from Cloud Mountain Village. Boom. Without any hesitation, the white-haired old woman directly self-destructed her body. Along with an ear-splitting rumble, a wave of destructive energy appeared and swept across the land. The land suddenly collapsed as if it was the end of the world. Fu Wenhai let out a shrill scream as his body and divine soul were shattered on the spot. Even the godly bow was destroyed. Fu Wentai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew away. But even so, he was also hit by the airwave and his body was almost torn apart. "You won't die in vain." At the top of the clouds, Li Yuntai muttered and became more and more crazy. He used his life to kill Fu Qi and forced him to retreat. "Fu Wentai, don't worry about anything else. Come and help me kill Li Yuntai." Fu Qi roared. Fu Wentai turned around and looked at the broken land. A monstrous evil aura suddenly rose from his body. He took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. Then, he turned around and charged toward the clouds step by step, shouting, "Flatten Cloud Mountain Village." The eyes of the dozen or so phenomenal divine lords from Black Mountain Village turned cold when they heard this. At the same time, in the north, in the sky above a mountain range, a woman in red was walking in the air. Her eyes were filled with milky white divine light. She seemed to be looking for something. But suddenly, she looked up in the direction of Cloud Mountain Village. What a strong fluctuation, it seems to be self-destruction. The woman in red muttered and turned into a stream of light, flying toward Cloud Mountain Village. "Li Yuntai, you must die." Fu Wentai charged toward the clouds and stared at Li Yuntai with hatred in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind Li Yuntai like a ghost. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake, charging toward Li Yuntai's back. "You're the one who's going to die." Li Yuntai immediately turned around and grabbed the dagger with his remaining hand. Then, he hit Fu Wentai's forehead. Bang! Both of their heads were bleeding and their sea of consciousness was torn apart. "Ah!" Fu Wentai let out a painful howl. But at the same time, Fu Qi seized the opportunity to chop at Li Yuntai's back with the blood axe. "Ah!" Li Yuntai also let out a scream. From his shoulder to his waist, he was split open by the blood axe. In other words, his entire body was split into two halves. "Village chief! Brother Yuntai!" The people of Cloud Mountain Village roared. "Li Yuntai, I have to admit that you're a hero. But unfortunately, Cloud Mountain Village is not as united as Black Mountain Village. If Li Dashan were here today, it would be hard to say who would win this battle. Unfortunately, he's not here. When you die, Cloud Mountain Village's doomsday will come. Fu Qi, crush his divine soul." Fu Wentai took a few steps back and stared at Li Yuntai. His face was stained with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Fu Qi, who was standing behind Li Yuntai, licked his lips and immediately raised the blood axe to chop at Li Yuntai's head. "Village chief, Brother Yuntai," the villagers cried sadly and were powerless to stop him. "Fu Wentai, Fu Qi, how dare you!" But at this moment, with an angry roar, a bright sword light flashed across the sky like lightning and charged at Fu Qi. Fu Qi and Fu Wentai were shocked. This seemed to be, "It's Li Dashan. Brother Dashan is back." The people of Cloud Mountain Village were excited. At the same time, a flowing light flashed out from Li Yuntai's head. It was Li Yuntai's divine soul. It would take time for the sword light to reach him. During this time, Fu Wentai and Fu Qi could kill him with their speed. His body had been split in half and definitely couldn't be saved. So, he could only abandon his body and let his divine soul escape. As long as his divine soul was still there was still hope. As soon as Li Yuntai's divine soul appeared, it grabbed the interspatial ring and the black long saber and fled to the village below without looking back. Chapter 2357. Falling in love with you. Translator. The 10 million soul stones that Qin Feiyang gave him were in the interspatial ring. The soul stones were related to the future of Cloud Mountain Village. They could not fall into Fu Wentai's hands or be destroyed. As for the black saber, it was his most powerful divine weapon. Once it was lost, his combat strength would plummet. "Where do you think you're going?" Fu Wentai noticed Li Yuntai's divine soul and roared as he charged at it. "Don't worry about him. Retreat." Fu Qi rushed forward and grabbed Fu Wentai. "Retreat? We finally have a chance to kill Li Yuntai and you're asking me to retreat?" Fu Wentai said angrily. "Although it's a good chance to kill Li Yuntai, have you thought about Li Dashan? Now, both of us are seriously injured. Li Dashan alone is enough to kill us. Moreover, his woman has a supreme-grade divine weapon. If you want to die, you can stay." After Fu Qi finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Fu Wentai. He directly opened an altar and shouted, "Everyone listen to my order, withdraw immediately." Hearing this, the dozen great success Sir Gods from Black Mountain Village also shook off their opponents and activated their teleportation sacrificial altars. "Brother Dashan is back. It's time for us to fight back. Hold them back," someone shouted. The people from Cloud Mountain Village rushed forward. "You're courting death." Fu Qi stood on the altar and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Strands of divine power shot out. The expressions of the great success god lords from Cloud Mountain Village changed when they saw the situation. They immediately turned and fled. The people from Black Mountain Village also took the opportunity to jump onto the altar. Damn it! Damn it! Li Yuntai, Cloud Mountain Village, I won't let you go." Seeing everyone withdraw, Fu Wentai didn't dare to stay any longer. Fu Qi shouted, "I can destroy Li Yuntai's body." "Yes." Fu Wentai shuddered and his divine power rolled out. Li Yuntai's body was torn to pieces by the divine power. Then, Fu Wentai jumped onto Fu Qi's altar. It will take at least 30 to 40 years for a perfect Sir God to rebuild his body. We'll come back and kill Cloud Mountain Village after we get back. Fu Qi laughed sinisterly. All right. Fu Wentai nodded. The group of people disappeared one after another, and the teleportation altar also dissipated. At this moment, the sword light also flew over, but nothing was left behind. Following closely, Li Dashan and his wife flew over aggressively and landed in the sky above the village. Their faces were full of anger. Brother Dashan, sister-in-law. The dozen or so great success god lords surrounded him. Li Dashan glanced at the dozen or so people and asked, "Are you guys okay?" "No." Those people shook their heads and said, "But Li Yuan was beaten black and blue by Fu Wentai, big brother Yuntai also, I'm fine." At this moment, Li Yuntai's divine soul flew to the front of the crowd. Li Dashan frowned and said, "You don't even have a physical body, and you call this fine? The body can be rebuilt, as long as the village is fine." Li Yuntai waved his hand. His divine soul was just like a real person's. He had heard of it. Li Dashan's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of self-blame as he said, "It's all my fault. If I didn't go to the Black Rock City, how would those bastards from the Black Mountain Village dare to attack?" "Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, why are you going to Black Rock City?" someone asked suspiciously. Li Dashan and his wife looked at each other and said, "For some personal matters." Li Dashan said vaguely. Li Dashan said angrily, "We can't just let this go. Someone has self-destructed, we can't just let it go." A big man roared. "What? Who self-destructed?" Li Dashan and his wife were surprised. Sigh. Li Yuntai sighed and briefly told them about the white-haired old woman's self-destruction. "The Black Mountain Village, I swear, I won't let you go." Li Dashan roared. "Brother Yuntai, brother Dashan, sister-in-law, why don't we go to the Black Mountain Village now?" "I agree. If it weren't for brother Yuntai, who tried his best to stall Fu Wentai and Fu Qi, our village would have been slaughtered by them. I want to drink their blood, eat their flesh, and tear them into pieces." A group of people roared with righteous indignation. "Calm down," Li Yuntai shouted. "Brother Yuntai." A group of people stared at Li Yuntai, their eyes filled with hatred. Li Yuntai said, "It's not wise to go to the Black Mountain Village now. Yuntai, I think we can go there now. Because Fu Qi and Fu Wentai were seriously injured by you. I'm sure I can get rid of them." Li Dashan said. "I think it's feasible too." Li Dashan's wife nodded. "Brother Yuntai, we've endured for so many years, we don't have to anymore. We can't let go of such a good opportunity. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything this time. Just stay in the village and rebuild your body." A dozen phenomenal divine lords persuaded. "Yuntai, I know you're worried about us. But you have to know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, we will be in danger when Fu Qi and Fu Wentai recover from their injuries and make a comeback." Li Dashan said worriedly. "Yes, brother Yuntai. Now that your body is gone and you're not as strong as before, you'll only have Dashan left. You know Fu Wentai and Fu Qi's character, they won't show mercy." Li Dashan's wife said. Li Yuntai looked at the group, nodded and sighed. "All right." A dozen phenomenal divine lords immediately activated the altar. Li Yuntai looked at Li Dashan and his wife and said, "Dashan, sister-in-law, you must protect everyone." "We will." The two nodded and stepped onto the altar. Li Yuntai waved his hand and the black saber flew to Li Dashan. "Take this divine artifact with you. Be careful. Don't worry." Li Dashan smiled confidently. The group of people quickly disappeared. "You must come back alive," Li Yuntai murmured. Although Fu Wentai and Fu Qi were injured, he couldn't help but worry about Li Dashan and the others. "Village chief, Li Dashan is here. It'll be fine. Go into seclusion." "Yes. Cloud Mountain Village can't do without you," a few villagers below said loudly. Li Yuntai lowered his head and glanced at the village. A smile crept onto his face. Although one person was sacrificed and many others were injured, overall, the situation was not too bad. There were not too many casualties. "Then I'll leave it to you guys to take care of the village." Although the main battlefield was at the top of Cloud Mountain, Fu Wenhai's initial attack also caused a lot of damage to the village. Don't worry about it. We know what to do. An elder smiled. Li Yuntai smiled and flew to the mountainside. But when he reached the mountainside and landed in front of the loft, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly looked around and suddenly fixed his eyes on a big tree not far away. On the top of the tree stood a woman in red. Who are you? Li Yuntai suddenly became alert. Because he found that he couldn't see through the woman's cultivation. He was a perfected divine lord. If even he couldn't see through her cultivation, she must be a paragon god. However, the woman in red didn't seem to hear him. Her eyes were shining with milky white light as she scanned the entire village. After a long while, the woman looked away and the milky white light in her eyes disappeared. She looked down at Li Yuntai. Not only you, sir. Why have you come to Cloud Mountain Village? Li Yuntai cupped his hands and asked. Could she be a helper from Black Mountain Village? But it couldn't be. If she was really a helper from Black Mountain Village, why did Fu Wentai and the others run away? There was no need to run. Moreover, he didn't see any hostility in the woman's eyes. She just looked very cold. The woman glanced at Li Yuntai and suddenly took a step forward and landed in front of Li Yuntai. Li Yuntai suddenly felt a piercing cold current sweeping over. He quickly bowed and said, Sir, if I have done anything to offend you, please forgive me. He was extremely panicked. The woman in red said coldly, Answer my question and I'll spare your life. But if you dare to lie to me, everyone in Cloud Mountain Village, including you, will die. Just ask. As long as I know, I'll tell you the truth. Li Yuntai said in fear. The woman in red asked, Have any strangers come to your village in the past few days? Strangers? Li Yuntai was stunned. Qin Feiyang's figure immediately came to his mind. Because in the past few days, only one stranger, Qin Feiyang, had appeared. Could this woman be his friend? But it didn't look like it. If they were friends, she wouldn't be so cold. The most important thing was, if they were friends, they would definitely establish a contract bridge. Something was wrong. Li Yuntai pretended to think for a moment and shook his head. Sir, there are no strangers. Really? The woman in red's eyes turned cold. I'm in the village every day. If there are strangers, I'll definitely know. Li Yuntai nodded. The woman in red frowned. Anyone who came to the Divine Land for the first time would first find someone to inquire about the situation in the Divine Land. And Cloud Mountain Village was the first village from the North Sea. Logically speaking, if Qin Feiyang came here, he would definitely ask the people in Cloud Mountain Village. Could it be, he didn't go in this direction? Or maybe he was hiding behind. That's right. This woman was the Princess of Dragons. As for her appearance, she still looked the same as when she was in Dongling. And it took her a lot of time to find Qin Feiyang, so she just arrived at Cloud Mountain Village. Let me ask you again. Have you really not seen any strangers? The Princess of Dragons looked at Li Yuntai and asked. No. Besides, even if there was a stranger, why would he come to our village? We don't have any valuable treasures in our village. Li Yuntai shook his head and smiled. The Princess of Dragons looked at Li Yuntai for a moment and said, Are there any big cities nearby? There were too many villages. It was not easy to find them one by one. So, it was better to go directly to the nearby cities. Because no matter where Qin Feiyang was, he would go to the city sooner or later. Yes. There's a Black Rock city ahead. It's not too far from our village. Li Yuntai said. The Princess of Dragons nodded and didn't stay any longer. She took a step and disappeared without a trace. Phew. Li Yuntai let out a long breath and then lowered his head to think. Chapter 2358. Falling in love with you. Translator, was this woman looking for Gao Xiaosan? If that was the case, then what was the relationship between the two of them? No. He had to ask him. If she was not what he thought and was a friend of Gao Xiaosan, wouldn't he miss her? Thinking of this, Li Yuntai turned and flew to the attic on the other side of the mountain. Brother Gao, are you there? Standing in front of the attic, Li Yuntai called softly. Soon, the door opened. Qin Feiyang walked out. Seeing Li Yuntai only left with his soul, he was shocked. Are you seriously injured? He knew that the people of Black Mountain Village had come and heard the noise, but he ignored them. Because he believed that Li Yuntai would come to him for help if the village was destroyed. But he didn't expect that Li Yuntai would not come to him after losing his physical body. He had to admit that he had a backbone. He was a man. Li Yuntai said with a wry smile, "It's okay, but I'm still alive." "As long as you're still alive, it's okay." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Are you here to ask me to help you deal with Black Mountain Village? How dare I bother you, Brother Gao?" Li Dashan and his wife have returned from Blackstone City and are now leading people to Black Mountain Village. I believe that Li Dashan can destroy them with his strength. Li Yuntai said. Li Dashan. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Yuntai glanced around and said in a low voice, "Brother Gao, I'm here to tell you something." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Just now, a woman showed up at my place and asked me if there were any strangers in the village these days. The first one I thought of was you." Li Yuntai said in a low voice. "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. He asked hurriedly, "What does she look like?" Li Yuntai condensed the figure of Princess Dragons. "It's her." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. "Is she really here for you?" Li Yuntai was surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. He did not expect that the Princess of the Dragons would also come to Cloud Mountain Village. "This is not good news." Li Yuntai said, "Brother Gao, if I may ask, what's your relationship with her?" "Enemy." "Mortal enemy." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Hearing this, Li Yuntai felt lucky. He said, "Fortunately, I was careful and didn't tell her where you were. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble." Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is she now?" "He should have gone to Blackrock City." Li Yuntai said. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he didn't stay in the village. Otherwise, Cloud Mountain Village would definitely be implicated by him. "Brother Gao, who is this person? You seem to be afraid of him." Li Yuntai looked at him suspiciously. "Someone you can't afford to offend." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He was really haunting him. Li Yuntai did not ask any more questions. Because he was a smart man. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. He looked at Li Yuntai and said, "Brother Li, no matter who comes to inquire, don't tell them that I'm in Cloud Mountain Village." "Why?" Li Yuntai asked. "There are some things you'd better not know. Tell the people in the village. Anyway, just pretend that I'm not here. Especially your daughter. Your daughter is too innocent. She will be deceived easily." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Li Yuntai nodded and sighed. "To be honest, I also have a headache when it comes to my daughter." Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, you should let her go out and see the fickleness of human nature. I've had this idea for a long time, but I'm really worried." Li Yuntai shook his head. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "But you can't take care of her for a lifetime." "If I can take care of her for a lifetime, I'm willing. But many things are unpredictable. Because none of us knows what will happen tomorrow." Li Yuntai said. "I'm so envious of Xiao He. She has a father who loves her so much." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What's there to be envious of? I'm a useless person. I can't even beat a Black Mountain Village." Li Yuntai shook his head. "You can't say that. Without you, I believe Cloud Mountain Village would not be as good as it is now." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Brother Gao is really good at comforting people." "Okay then, I won't disturb you. I have to hurry up and reconstruct my body." Li Yuntai said. "Reconstruct your body," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he stopped Li Yuntai and asked, "How long will it take you to reconstruct your body?" "It'll take 30 to 40 years. But it doesn't matter. For people in our realm, 30 to 40 years will pass in the blink of an eye." Li Yuntai said with a smile. "It'll take that long too?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He remembered that the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang only took a few days to reconstruct their bodies. The difference was countless times. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Yuntai and said, Brother Li, how long will it take for a beginner god of war and a beginner god of war to reconstruct their body? It's fast. A few days. But the higher the cultivation, the longer it will take to reconstruct the body. Li Yuntai said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked again, what about the strongest in the eternal realm? Eternal realm? Li Yuntai was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, Brother Gao, aren't you making things difficult for me? I haven't even reached the half-god realm. How would I know about the eternal realm? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with an embarrassed smile, I'm sorry. It's okay. Li Yuntai waved his hand. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, well, I'll take you to a place where you can reconstruct your body in a few days. A few days. Li Yuntai looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Was this a joke? How could it be possible to reconstruct his body in a few days? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you helped me. I have to repay you. If Li Yuntai didn't hide it from princess dragons, he would have been surrounded by the dragons. He couldn't escape. There's no need to repay me. I just want to know if what you said is true. Li Yuntai said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Isn't this too magical? Li Yuntai couldn't believe it. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Li Yuntai disappeared immediately. The reason why he helped Li Yuntai was not to repay him. The main reason was that Li Yuntai's character was really good. Princess Dragons, take your time to find her. Qin Feiyang chuckled and turned to enter the attic and the castle to continue his cultivation. Time flew. Night fell. The people of Yunshan village gathered outside, waiting for Li Dashan and the others. This was because Li Dashan and the others had not returned yet. Li He was also standing in the crowd. Looking at Li Feng beside her, she asked worriedly, Brother Feng, will something happen to them? They won't. You have to have confidence in everyone. Li Feng comforted her. In fact, he was very nervous. Whoosh. Suddenly, one by one, figures dripping with blood descended upon the village. Everyone seemed to be bathed in blood, exuding a shocking murderous aura. Moreover, almost all of them were missing an arm or a leg. The leaders were Li Dashan and his wife. The two of them were also missing an arm, and their appearances were extremely wretched. However, they had bright smiles on their faces. Brother Dashan, you're finally back. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, haha, not a single one is missing. All of them are back. The villagers immediately went up to greet him with smiles on their faces. As long as I, Li Dashan, take action, there's nothing I can't do. Li Dashan smiled proudly. Looking at Li He in the crowd, he smiled and said, Xiao He, where's your father? I don't know. He should be in seclusion to reconstruct his physical body. Li He said. I originally wanted to report the results of the battle to him. Since he's in seclusion, I won't disturb him. My family, my friends. Let me tell you a piece of good news. From today onwards, there will be no more Black Mountain Village. Li Dashan roared. Great. These damned things are finally all dead. The villagers were pleasantly surprised. Also, not only is Black Mountain Village gone, but the treasure vault of Black Mountain Village has also been plundered by us. And Soul Vein, Crystal Vein, 10 9th level Soul Vein, 13 8th level Soul Vein, 7 9th level Crystal Veins, 15 8th level Crystal Veins, Li Dashan said proudly. The villagers were also extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The treasures of Black Mountain Village were no less than their Cloud Mountain Village. Therefore, for Cloud Mountain Village, the treasures of Black Mountain Village were a treasure. Not only did they destroy Black Mountain Village, but they also obtained all their treasures. This crusade against Black Mountain Village could be said to be a complete victory. Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, and brothers, you've all worked hard. Hurry home and rest. As for the treasure vault, Soul Vein, we'll talk about it another day. Someone in the crowd said. Okay. Li Dashan and the others nodded. Suddenly, a limping Great Success Divine Lord flew to Li Dashan's side and whispered, Brother Dashan, about that matter, aren't you going to tell everyone? Don't say it first. Lest it causes panic. Li Dashan said. That makes sense. The great success divine lord nodded. Quickly go back and recuperate. As for Fu Wentai, don't worry, I'll be in charge of guarding. If he dares to come, I'll dare to kill him. Li Dashan's eyes flashed coldly. That's good. The group of great success divine lords nodded and dispersed, disappearing into the mountains below. Li Dashan and his wife also flew halfway up the mountain. The villagers also dispersed in twos and threes. Li Feng looked at Li Dashan's back and laughed softly. Xiao He, although Li Dashan is very greedy, he is quite responsible this time. This time, it's all thanks to him. Li He nodded. I really hope that he can continue like this. Then no one will dare to bully our Cloud Mountain village. Li Feng said. They were still too naive. Li Dashan was actually doing this for himself. Because once Li Yuntai died, Cloud Mountain village would be destroyed. Fu Wentai and the others would not let him go. In other words, he just wanted to get rid of a problem that could threaten him. Of course. It was also undeniable that this time, he had indeed made a great contribution to Cloud Mountain village. Chapter 2359. I'm in love with you. Translator: Cloud Mountain village was shrouded in mist at night, making it look exceptionally peaceful. There was a courtyard somewhere on the mountainside. That was where Li Dashan and his wife lived. It was only about half a mile away from Li Yuntai's residence. In the living room of the attic, Li Dashan sat by the tea table without saying a word. He looked extremely gloomy. What's wrong? The woman washed up and came out in pajamas. Although she was old, her skin and figure were quite good. She had a bit of charm. I don't like it. Look, we worked so hard to destroy Black Mountain village, but Li Yuntai didn't come to pick us up? Li Dashan said angrily. The woman smiled helplessly and said, I thought it was something else. Isn't he in seclusion to rebuild his body? It's understandable that he didn't come out to pick us up. Fu Qi and Fu Wentai beat him up like this. I think he's just a piece of trash. I feel ashamed that Cloud Mountain village is led by such a piece of trash. Li Dashan snorted. However, he didn't think that if Li Yuntai didn't risk his life to severely injure Fu Qi and Fu Wentai, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Black Mountain village. In terms of merit, Li Yuntai was the one who made the biggest contribution this time. All right. No matter how useless he is, he's still our village chief. And most of the people in the village are on his side. The woman said. So the people in the village are also useless. They don't have the foresight. If they were smart enough, they would have let me be the village chief long ago. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Madam, are we really going to contribute the treasures, crystal veins, and soul veins of Black Mountain village to the village? Li Dashan looked at the woman with greed in his eyes. Dashan, you can't do this. After all, everyone was there when we looted these treasures. The woman hurriedly said. Sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed all of them. Then the treasures of Black Mountain village would be ours. Li Dashan regretted it. He was referring to the dozen or so divine lords of Cloud Mountain village. He even wanted to kill the people from the same village and Cloud Mountain village. From this, one could see how vicious and merciless this person was. The woman looked at Xiao Chen speechlessly. Then, she shook her head and said, Stop complaining. We have already earned a lot by sending the Nirvana Divine Tree to the City Lord's residence. We should be content. That's true. Li Dashan nodded. Most importantly, because of the Nirvana Divine Tree, we managed to establish a relationship with the City Lord of Blackrock City. Trust me, this relationship will be very helpful to us in the future. The woman smiled. Madam is indeed smart. Li Dashan chuckled and pulled the woman into his arms. Dong. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Just as Li Dashan was about to do something, he was suddenly disturbed. Anger immediately rose in his heart. Brother Mountain, it's me. A voice came from outside. The couple looked at each other. The woman sat up straight and looked at Li Dashan. Open the door. A cold light flashed in Li Dashan's eyes. He got up and opened the door. He saw a middle-aged man standing outside the garden. It was Li Yuan. A day passed, and Li Yuan's injuries were basically healed. However, he would never forget the humiliation he had suffered for the rest of his life. Li Dashan smiled. So it's brother Li Yuan. Why are you standing outside the door? Come in. Li Yuan nodded. He pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked quickly to the door of the attic. He looked at the woman sitting inside and smiled. Hello, sister-in-law. Whom the woman smiled and nodded. Li Dashan invited Li Yuan into the hall and smiled. Have a seat. Okay. Li Yuan sat opposite Li Dashan, looking a little reserved. The woman smiled and said, Li Yuan, we're from the same village. Do you need to be so reserved? Li Yuan smiled embarrassedly. In Yunshan village, Li Yuntai and Li Dashan had always been against each other. As a result, the relationship between the two was not very harmonious. But because they usually saw each other, neither Li Yuntai nor Li Dashan and his wife had a falling out. The villagers also saw through it but did not say anything. Moreover, because of Li Dashan's bad character, the villagers were basically on Li Yuntai's side, including Li Yuan. Moreover, the relationship between Li Yuan and Li Yuntai was better than others. Li Yuntai had always treated him as a younger brother and said everything. So, at this moment, facing Li Dashan and his wife, he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Dashan coughed and asked with a smile, Does Li Yuntai know that you came to us? No. Li Yuan shook his head. The couple looked at each other, a trace of surprise flashing in their eyes. This Li Yuan was already Li Yuntai's confidant. How could he come to them alone in the middle of the night? That was not right. Li Dashan's eyes flashed slightly and sighed. Li Yuan, I've heard about what happened during the day. You've been wronged. Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes were wet and a trace of resentment crept up on his face. Li Dashan blamed himself. It's my fault. If I didn't go to the Black Rock City, no. It's not brother Dashan's fault. It's Li Yuntai's fault. Li Yuan roared with red eyes. Li Dashan heard this and his face changed slightly. He whispered, Li Yuan, you can't say this. Li Yuan said angrily, This is the truth. Why can't I say it? Li Dashan and the woman looked at each other. So much resentment. Could it be that something else had happened before they came back? Li Yuan, I don't understand what you're saying. The person who humiliated you is Fu Wentai. Why are you blaming Li Yuntai? Li Dashan said suspiciously. You came back later, so you don't know what happened. When we found out that Fu Wenhai was spying on us, we had a chance to kill him. But because of Li Yuntai's weakness and fear of revenge, he let Fu Wenhai go. If we had killed Fu Wenhai back then, no one would have been forced to self-detonate by Fu Wenhai in the later battles. So, it's all Li Yuntai's fault. The worst thing is that he knew that the people of Black Rock Village would come, but he still went to the back mountain to see the dead woman. If he didn't go to the back mountain, would I have been humiliated by Fu Wentai in public? Li Yuan growled, full of resentment. Hearing this, Li Dashan nodded and sighed. Then he did go a little too far. Brother Dashan, look at me. As soon as Fu Wenhai left, I was busy taking care of everything. If I hadn't taken care of the old, weak, women, and children in the village in advance, I'm telling you, more than one person would have died. But what did he do? For a woman who has been dead for God knows how many years, he ignored the village. Could it be that we, the living, can't be compared to a dead person? I've seen through him. Indecisive and overcautious. If he continues like this, our Cloud Mountain village will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. Li Yuan snorted. Interesting, Li Dashan muttered to himself. He had vaguely guessed the purpose of Li Yuan's visit. Brother Dashan, you can't blame me for saying that. You saw it with your own eyes. Even when you and sister-in-law came back later and Fu Wentai and Fu Qi were seriously injured, he still hesitated in the face of such a good opportunity. What do you think he could do? I've never seen such a coward. Li Yuan sneered. To be honest, brother, I was also very dissatisfied with this matter. But he was the village chief. What could we do? Li Dashan sighed deeply. He doesn't deserve to be the village chief. Dashan, why don't you be the village chief? Although your methods are more ruthless than his, you're more courageous. Now, I've thought it through. If we want Cloud Mountain Village to become stronger, we need a ruthless person to lead us. Li Yuan said. I knew it. Li Dashan's eyes flashed, but his face was full of panic. He hurriedly said, Brother, you can't say this. Be careful not to get into big trouble. What are you afraid of? Li Yuntai has lost his physical body and is only left with a soul. His strength has dropped greatly. Moreover, his divine weapon is not in his hands now. Even I can easily get rid of him. Li Yuan smiled coldly. Li Dashan said, Brother, don't do this to me. You'll make me a target. Li Yuntai's divine weapon was in his hands now. Brother Dashan, you can't say that. For the future of Cloud Mountain Village, even if you become a target, you have to stand up. Because in the entire village, only you are qualified. Li Yuan said. This, Li Dashan was hesitant. Dashan, there's no need to get into trouble. Moreover, what's the use of being a village chief? In the end, it's a thankless task. The woman said secretly. You don't understand. Do you know why I've been trying to get rid of Li Yuntai? I'm not after the village chief position. I'm after the village treasury. Because as long as I'm the village chief, I can squander the treasures in the treasury as I wish. I can even keep them in my pocket. Li Dashan laughed secretly. So that's how it is. The woman suddenly understood. Seeing that Li Dashan was silent, Li Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. He got up and closed the door. He whispered, Brother Li, sister-in-law, let me tell you another secret. What secret? The couple was suspicious. Why was it so mysterious? Li Yuan said, the village chief has 10 million soul stones now. What? The couple suddenly got up. Their faces were full of shock. 10 million soul stones. That was 50 years of taxes. Li Yuan, you must be kidding. We all know the situation in Cloud Mountain Village. How could Li Yuntai get 10 million soul stones? Li Dashan was surprised. Li Yuan said, I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Tell us. What's going on? The couple urged. This was too shocking. 10 million soul stones. They had never seen so much in their lives. For a moment. The two were greedy. It's like this. On the day you went to Black Rock City, a man named Jiao Xiaosan came to our village. Li Yuan told them everything that happened in the past few days without missing a word. Chapter 2360. Falling in love with you. Translator: killing the giant python in seconds, subduing the black panther of the Seven Birds Mountain, giving Li Yuntai 10 million soul stones. After listening to Li Yuan, Li Dashan and his wife were shocked. What kind of person was he? He could kill the giant python and subdue the black panther with only the cultivation of a junior divine lord. The most amazing thing was the 10 million soul stones. This was not something an ordinary person could take out. Madam, are you interested? Li Dashan turned to look at the woman, his eyes full of greed. He was not afraid of Li Yuan at all. Yes. Although this person is only a junior divine lord, his strength is not to be underestimated. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of us, we can't deal with him. The woman said. Li Yuan was included in the list. Sister-in-law, it's easy. This Jiao Xiaosan is not vigilant against me at all. As long as I can get close to him, I promise to kill him with one blow. After all, no matter how strong he is only a junior divine lord. Li Yuan said confidently. Okay. Let's do it. Kill him and take all his soul stones. Li Dashan said. Brother Dashan is so straightforward. You don't know. I also hinted to Li Yuntai, but guess what his reaction was? The resentment in Li Yuan's eyes grew stronger. What reaction? The couple looked at him suspiciously. Li Yuan said, he slapped me directly. What a coward. In fact, his resentment against Li Yuntai started from that time. This is in line with his character. Li Dashan laughed. This kind of person can't achieve anything. Li Yuan sneered and asked, Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, when do you plan to take action? Let's do it now. When we recover from our injuries, we'll take action immediately. Let's find Li Yuntai first, assassinate him secretly, and take away the 10 million soul stones in his hand. Killing intent surged in Li Dashan's eyes. Kill Li Yuntai first. Li Yuan was stunned. You don't understand. Let's kill Li Yuntai first. Then we can frame Gao Xiaosan. In this way, not only will we be able to get their soul stones, we will also have the reputation of avenging Li Yuntai. In the end, I can naturally become the village chief of Cloud Mountain Village. It's the best of both worlds. Li Dashan chuckled. I see. Li Yuan smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Dashan, you're brilliant. Of course, I won't forget you. Once we get the 10 million soul stones, I'll immediately give you 5 million. Li Dashan said. Thank you, Brother Dashan. Li Yuan was extremely grateful. Li Dashan patted Li Yuan's shoulder and said, follow me well in the future. You'll benefit a lot. Of course. Li Yuan smiled flatteringly. Looking at the two who were in cahoots with each other, the woman raised her eyebrows and sent a message. Dashan, he even betrayed Li Yuntai. Why did you let him follow you? Madam, these are just words to appease him. If I didn't say that, would he be so loyal to help us get rid of Gao Xiaosan? When Gao Xiaosan and Li Yuntai die, that will be the time of his death. At that time, Gao Xiaosan will be the murderer. And I will have both power and money. What a happy life. Li Dashan laughed secretly. Sometimes. Even he couldn't help but admire his own brain. How could he be so smart? Next. The couple took a divine elixir of life to heal their injuries. Li Yuntai sat aside, having a sweet dream. After midnight. Their injuries were finally healed. The woman changed into a long black dress. Then Li Dashan took the two into the divine space item and rushed to Li Yuntai's residence. Li Dashan had a divine space item. It was no secret in Cloud Mountain Village. Almost everyone knew. Therefore, Li Yuan did not find it strange. The two places were only half a mile apart. Soon, the divine space item arrived at Li Yuntai's residence. On the second floor of the attic, a half-closed window let in a weak candlelight. Through the window, a woman could be vaguely seen. It was Li He. Li Dashan didn't stop. He directly drove the divine space item into the attic and went straight to the cultivation room where Li Yuntai usually cultivated in seclusion. After all, they were from the same village. The three of them knew the layout of Li Yuntai's house. But, when they rushed into the cultivation room, they found that there was no one in it. What's going on? The three of them were stunned on the spot. They came confidently, but he was not there. The woman said, go to other rooms and look for him. Li Dashan nodded. However, when they searched the entire attic, they couldn't find Li Yuntai. What's going on? Isn't he in seclusion to rebuild his body? Where is he? The three of them frowned. Li Yuan said in surprise, Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, did he find out about our conspiracy and hide? How is that possible? Besides, if he really found out, he wouldn't leave Li He alone at home. Li Dashan said. That makes sense. Li He has always been his sweetheart. He would never leave her alone. But why isn't he in the cultivation room? Li Yuan frowned. Don't worry. Li Dashan was deep in thought as he rode the Terra Divine object and flew outside. In this case, let's split up. Li Yuan, go out and find Li He and ask her. She's not wary of you. If she knows, she will tell you the truth. Madam, go to the back mountain. If he's not at home, he's most likely in the graveyard. A moment later, Li Dashan looked up at the two of them and said. The two of them nodded. Li Dashan waved his hand and appeared on a small path outside the courtyard with Li Yuan and the woman. Li Dashan said telepathically, Madam, if he's really at the back mountain, don't be rash. Come back and tell us first. Okay. The woman nodded and turned into a black shadow, blending into the mountain and disappearing. Li Dashan retracted his gaze and looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Go. Li Yuan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Then he stepped into the courtyard and said, Xiao He, are you there? Li Dashan immediately restrained his aura and hid behind a small tree. Creak. Not long after Li Yuan finished speaking, The half-closed window on the second floor was completely opened. He stood in front of the window and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuan, it's so late. Are you looking for father?" "Yes." Yuan nodded and said, "There's something I want to discuss with him." He said, "Then go to the cultivation room by yourself." Yuan frowned. If she asked him to go to the cultivation room by himself, it meant that he did not know that her father was not at home. "Forget it, it's so late. I won't disturb him. I'll come to him tomorrow." Yuan smiled and said, "Okay then." He nodded and closed the window. Yuan returned to Li Dashan's side and said in a low voice, "She obviously doesn't know either." Li Dashan said, "Then wait for your sister-in-law." After a while, the woman in black also returned and shook her head at the two of them. "I've searched the entire graveyard and didn't see him. Not at home, not at the graveyard. That's strange. Where could he have gone?" Li Dashan frowned. If they couldn't find Li Yuntai, how could they kill him and get the 10 million soul stones? Yuan said, "Why don't I go ask the villagers?" "No. Won't they be suspicious if we go to them in the middle of the night?" "Well, let's go find Gao Xiaosan first. Let's kill him first." Li Dashan's eyes flashed coldly. "Okay." Yuan and the woman in black both nodded in agreement. The three of them immediately went to the hillside opposite. After a while, the three of them landed in front of the garden. There was no candlelight in the entire attic. It was dark. "Is he not here as well?" Li Dashan frowned. "No. He must be here." Yuan shook his head and said loudly, "Brother Gao, I'm Yuan. Can you come out?" "In the castle. In the cultivation room." Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Yuan. When did he come to find him? He ignored him. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Because he did not have a good impression of this Yuan. "What's going on?" Yuan was stunned and said, "Brother Gao, after Li Dashan from our village heard about your help to our village, he specially brought his wife to pay you a visit and thank you." But after waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang still did not respond. "What's going on?" Yuan frowned and was about to speak again. "Stop." Li Dashan reached out and looked at the attic, his eyes flickering. "Frown." Yuan looked at him suspiciously. "Since he doesn't want to come out, don't force him. Otherwise, it will arouse his disgust, which is not good for our plan." Li Dashan said to himself. Yuan frowned and said, "Then no hurry. Anyway, he's in the village. There will be plenty of time. I don't believe that he will stay in there forever. We'll come back first. Tomorrow, we'll split up and inquire about Li Yuntai's whereabouts. Remember, don't be too obvious, in case people are suspicious." Li Dashan transmitted his voice. The woman in black and Yuan nodded. The three of them did not stay any longer and left. Inside the ancient castle, Fire Lotus entered Qin Feiyang's cultivation room and asked suspiciously, "Qin Dage, Li Dashan and his wife came to find you in person. Why don't you see them? What's the hurry?" "I'm not leaving immediately. I'll give them a surprise later." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Surprise?" Fire Lotus was slightly stunned and shook her head with a smile. "I think it's more like a shock. Whether it's a surprise or a shock, let them jump around for a few more days." "Have the bodies of the 3 Black Panthers been reconstructed?" Qin Feiyang asked. 5 days have passed outside. The Black Tortoise world has been reconstructed for 50 years. Fire Lotus said. "Then let them stay in the Black Tortoise world first." "Right. What about the spirit vein?" Qin Feiyang asked again. Fire Lotus said, "I buried it under the herb field." "That's good. The energy emitted by the spirit vein is helpful for the growth of herbs." Qin Feiyang nodded. "1 spirit vein is not enough. I need more. And the crystal vein." Fire Lotus smiled. "I will." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Even a small village had spirit veins and crystal veins. One could imagine that the divine Great Land did not lack these things at all. As long as the target was found, it would be a piece of cake. Fire Lotus did not disturb Qin Feiyang anymore and left the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang once again immersed himself in cultivation, ignoring everything that was happening outside. Chapter 2361. Falling in love with you. Translator. Another 5 days passed. Qin Feiyang had stayed in Cloud Mountain Village for 10 days. 1 day outside was 10 years inside. In other words, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating in the castle for 100 years. Counting carefully, he had been in Divine Land for almost a month. Late at night, boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Following closely, a green dagger, like a divine weapon from heaven, carrying a destructive aura, charged towards Cloud Mountain Village. What's that? The villagers were either resting or cultivating. As soon as they sensed the power of the dagger, they immediately ran out of the house. How is that possible? Isn't that Fu Wentai's divine weapon? Everyone was very surprised. Looking at the sky, they saw a man in black standing in the void, his eyes full of strong murderous intent. It's Fu Wentai. Why is he still alive? Black Mountain Village, hasn't it been wiped out by Li Dashan? What does he want to do? Destroy our Cloud Mountain Village? Everyone's eyes widened in anger. Hihi, all of you, die. Fu Wentai stood in the sky, grinning like a mad beast. Fu Wentai, you really dare to come? Accompanied by a stern shout, Li Dashan and his wife rushed into the sky, took out their respective best divine weapons, and blasted at the dagger. Clang! Sparks flew. The dagger was immediately blasted out. Shockingly, 2 holes had appeared on it. Fu Wentai waved his hand, and the dagger fell into his hand. He looked at Li Dashan ferociously and roared, Li Dashan, today I will massacre your Cloud Mountain Village. With just you. Li Dashan sneered. Dashan, what's going on? Why isn't he dead? A few old elders looked at Li Dashan and asked. That day, when we massacred Black Mountain Village, Fu Wentai escaped when we weren't paying attention. I didn't tell you because I was afraid of causing panic. Li Dashan said in a deep voice. So that's how it is. The villagers suddenly realized. Although Li Dashan hid it from them, it was out of kindness. Someone asked, what about Fu Qi? Is he also not dead? Don't worry about it. Fu Qi is dead. Everyone else from Black Mountain Village is dead as well. Only Fu Wentai is left. I'm going to kill him now. Li Dashan waved the 3-foot-long battle sword in his hand and turned into a stream of light, attacking Fu Wentai. If Li Yuntai hadn't risked his life to severely injure me and Fu Qi, would you have massacred my Black Mountain Village? No matter how powerful you are, you will never be as powerful as Li Yuntai. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Fu Wentai roared. Shut up. Li Dashan was also furious. You can say anything about him, but you can't say that he is not as good as Li Yuntai. Haha, did I touch your sore spot? Who doesn't know what kind of person you are, Li Dashan? You're trash. Fu Wentai laughed heartily. Just you wait, I will slowly torture you to death and let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Li Dashan enunciated each word clearly, full of murderous intent. Clang. The 3-foot-long battle sword in his hand was also trembling violently, making a harsh sound. He was like a raging beast, charging in front of Fu Wentai and slashing his sword angrily. Thousands of sword chi shattered in all directions. But for this, Fu Wentai's eyes flashed a trace of ridicule. Li Dashan, who was extremely angry, did not notice it at all. Boom! Clang! At this moment, 3 sword lights appeared out of thin air, attacking Li Dashan. Not only Li Dashan did not expect this change, but the villagers below also did not expect it. Immediately, Li Dashan screamed, and his whole body was directly blasted out. The 3-foot-long battle sword in his hand, accompanied by a clang, also fell out of his hand. And on his body, there were 3 deep wounds to the bone. He was even almost cut into 8 pieces by the 3 sword lights. His chi-si was also split by one of the sword lights, and his whole body was dripping with blood. Dashan. The black-clothed woman came back to her senses, quickly rose into the air, and flew towards Li Dashan. You will die too. Fu Wentai grinned. As his voice fell, 3 more sword lights appeared, attacking the black-clothed woman like lightning. The black-clothed woman's expression changed, and she quickly took out a dagger to counterattack, but was also blasted away by the sword light. Her chi-sea was destroyed. Her sea of consciousness was shattered. Like a meteorite, she smashed into the village below. Madam, Li Dashan stabilized his body, looked at the black-clothed woman, stared at the void with a murderous look, and roared, "Who is it?" "Li Dashan, long time no see. How have you been?" 2 men and a woman appeared in the void. The 3 of them were middle-aged, each holding a battle sword in their hands, and their eyes were emitting a strong murderous intent. And the 3 of their cultivation had reached the level of perfected Sir God. Divine weapon, also a supreme-grade divine weapon. "So it's you. My Cloud Mountain village and your Sky Feather village have no grudges. Why are you helping Fu Wentai?" Li Dashan said angrily. Sky Feather village was also a nearby village. But the overall strength of Sky Feather village was stronger than Black Mountain village and Cloud Mountain village. Because Sky Feather village had 3 perfected Sir Gods. It was the 2 men and the woman in front of him. Therefore, Cloud Mountain village had always avoided people from Sky Feather village and had never offended them. Because of the divine soul vein. Fu Wentai said that as long as we help him destroy Black Mountain village, the divine soul vein will belong to us. Of course. And the treasures of Cloud Mountain village. And he promised us that he will join Sky Feather village after the matter is done. His strength is not weaker than ours. When he joins Sky Feather village, the strength of Sky Feather village will undoubtedly increase by a lot. We can get the divine soul vein and your treasures, and also get a perfected war god to join us. Isn't this a good thing? One of the middle-aged men laughed. Fu Wentai, you are despicable. You can't beat Cloud Mountain village, so you ask others for help. Li Dashan was furious. It's normal to ask others for help when you can't beat them. Is this despicable? I'm not going to talk to you about these useless things. Li Yuntai's physical body has been destroyed, and his strength has decreased greatly. Only you and your wife are left. And now, your Sea of Qi has also been destroyed. I want to ask, who else in Cloud Mountain village can stop us 4 perfected Sir Gods? Fu Wentai laughed. When Li Dashan and his wife heard this, they couldn't help but panic. The other villagers were also panicking. Cloud Mountain village couldn't escape this calamity. Fu Wentai's eyes flashed with murderous intent and said with a sinister smile, "The 3 of you, let's kill." The 3 from Sky Feather village nodded. Boom. Immediately, Fu Wentai charged towards Li Dashan. The 3 from Sky Feather village took out their divine weapons and charged towards the villagers below. What should we do? What should we do? 4 perfected Sir Gods, who can help us? The villagers cried out in grief. Although there were many great success Sir Gods and small success Sir Gods in Cloud Mountain village, these people couldn't even withstand a single blow from the 3 from Sky Feather village. Because each of them had a supreme-grade divine weapon. Humph. Just as everyone was in despair, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Then, halfway up the mountain, a figure rushed out like lightning and stood above the village. Village Chief. Brother Yuntai. The villagers suddenly grabbed onto a lifeline. That's right. This person was Li Yuntai. Li Yuntai. You're just a divine soul, how dare you come out? The 3 from Sky Feather village stopped in the void and looked at Li Yuntai in shock. Fu Wentai also sneered. But then, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that Fu Wentai was a little different now. Wait, that was not a divine soul, but a real body of flesh and blood. How could this be? His eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "How did you reconstruct your body so quickly?" What? You've already reconstructed your body? The 3 from Sky Feather village, Li Dashan and his wife, as well as the villagers of Cloud Mountain village, were stunned and looked at Li Yuntai again. Then, everyone's face was full of disbelief. Li Yuan was also in the crowd. He was also dumbfounded. What was going on? It had only been 5 days. How did Li Yuntai reconstruct his body? Was this a ghost? Li Yuntai looked at Fu Wentai coldly and said, "You didn't expect this, did you?" "I didn't expect this." "How did you do it?" Fu Wentai shook his head, unable to accept this fact. There are many things in the world that you can't imagine, including me. In this vast world, we are just frogs at the bottom of the well. Li Yuntai said. He had been in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world for decades. He thought that the village would have changed a lot. However, when he came out, Qin Feiyang told him that only a few days had passed outside. A few days outside, but decades in the Black Tortoise world. This was such an unbelievable thing. But this was the truth. Of course. Li Yuntai didn't know that it was the Black Tortoise world, let alone that it was an independent small world. He just thought that it was a magical space divine object. Fu Wentai was stunned and roared, "I don't care how you did it. Today, you will all die." That's not necessarily true. Li Yuntai sneered and looked at the three from Skyfeather Village. Cloud Mountain Village has never interacted with you, but now you are helping Fu Wentai to deal with us. So what? Do you think that you are qualified to challenge us after reconstructing your body? The middle-aged woman sneered. Of course I'm not qualified. After all, you have 3 perfect monarchs. Li Yuntai said. The middle-aged woman shouted, "Then kneel on the ground and surrender." "Ha ha," Li Yuntai laughed and his eyes were full of mockery. "What are you laughing at?" The middle-aged woman's eyes darkened, feeling that her dignity was being challenged. "I'm laughing at how you are also frogs at the bottom of the well. You think you are very powerful, but in fact, you are just clowns. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to us now and leave Cloud Mountain Village. I'll pretend that this never happened, otherwise." Li Yuntai's eyes flashed coldly as he said this. "Otherwise what?" the middle-aged woman asked curiously, not taking it to heart. However, Fu Wentai, Li Dashan and his wife, Li Yuan and the other villagers looked at Li Yuntai in shock. Wasn't he a little too calm? Chapter 2362. Falling in love with you. Translator otherwise. Li Yuntai glanced at the 3 of them and said word by word, "All of you will die." Ha ha. The 3 of them from the Heavenly Feather Village raised their heads and laughed. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Li Dashan and his wife were seriously injured and couldn't exert their full strength. The rest of the villagers from the Cloud Village were like ants. What kind of waves could Li Yuntai set off? I really don't know where this person got his courage and confidence from. Li Yuntai sighed, "It seems that you have to choose death. If you want to be arrogant, show us your real strength. Otherwise, you will be a joke." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 from the Heavenly Feather Village. They immediately waved their swords and attacked Li Yuntai. They had had enough. If Li Yuntai was a perfect Sir God, he had the right to be arrogant. However, Li Yuntai was only a consummate Sir God. And he was only one person. How could he be arrogant in front of 3 perfect Sir Gods? Wasn't this a joke? "Yuntai, catch." Li Dashan took out the black saber and was about to throw it to Li Yuntai. Although he felt that Li Yuntai was arrogant, he had no other choice but to rely on Li Yuntai. No need. However, to his surprise, Li Yuntai waved his hand and rejected the black saber. Li Dashan was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even want a divine weapon. Did he want to wait for his death? In the blink of an eye, the 3 from the Heavenly Feather Village had already arrived in front of Li Yuntai. Their terrifying aura was crazily oppressing Li Yuntai. However, Li Yuntai didn't fight back. Instead, he put his hands behind his back. He is really waiting for death. He is indeed a useless coward. He doesn't even dare to fight back. Li Dashan snorted secretly. However, at this moment, Li Yuntai spoke. He looked at the 3 from the Heavenly Feather Village calmly and said, "You are the one who wants to die. Don't blame me. Are you stupid?" The 3 of them laughed. Li Yuntai smiled and lowered his head to look at his sleeve. He said respectfully, "Please help me take care of them." Everyone was stunned. Who was he talking to? Boom. Before his voice died, 3 ferocious auras burst out from the ground. These 3 ferocious auras didn't come from anywhere else but from within his sleeve. Whoosh. Following closely, 3 beams of black divine light shot out from his sleeves and headed straight for the 3 people from the Heavenly Feather Village. The entire process took only an instant. The 3 people of the heavenly feather village suddenly screamed and looked down at their lower abdomens. There was a bloody hole the size of a fist in their abdomens. What happened? Who hurt them? The 3 of them turned pale with fright. Look behind them. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, everyone present looked behind the 3 people from the heavenly feather village and saw 3 palm-sized black panthers floating in the air. Blood dyed their fur red. His eyes were filled with a ferocious light. It's them. The 3 black panthers that Gao Xiaosan subdued in the 7 Birds Mountain. They've already reconstructed their bodies. This is good. With their help, what is the heavenly feather village? That's right. They are all perfected divine emperors and they have mastered perfect divine arts. The people of the Cloud Mountain village immediately became excited. Fu Wentai and the 3 people from the heavenly feather village felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Looking at the 3 black panthers, their scalps turned numb. Don't you know that we are also in the Cloud Mountain village? How dare you come to the Cloud Mountain village to make trouble? The heavenly feather village? I've also heard of it. It's just 3 perfected divine emperors. Why are you so arrogant? The 3 black panthers cackled. The 3 people from the heavenly feather village suddenly showed fear on their faces. Not to mention that their sea of chi had been pierced. Even if they still had their cultivation, they wouldn't be a match for the 3 beast emperors. How do you want to die? The 3 black panthers licked their lips. Their bloodthirsty eyes made the 3 people tremble. They hurriedly said, sorry. We didn't know you were here. We'll leave immediately. After saying that, the 3 people used their divine senses to drag their bloody bodies and fled in panic. Leave. Li Yuntai gave you a chance just now. You didn't cherish it. You still want to leave now? Is it possible? I'm asking you a question. How do you want to die? The 3 black panthers' eyes were full of mockery. The 3 people's faces were pale. They looked at the 3 black panthers with fear. You don't want to say? Fine. We'll give you a way to die. The 3 black panthers smiled hideously. Their bodies suddenly expanded. In an instant, they returned to their original forms. Their bodies were more than 10 meters long. They were extremely ferocious and ferocious. Raw. Following closely, they opened their bloody mouths and revealed their half-meter-long fangs. They pounced toward the 3 people. Bastards, we'll fight you to the death. The 3 people knew that they couldn't escape death today. They picked up the combat swords in their hands and charged toward the Black Panthers. You still want to jump around? The 3 beasts were furious. Divine power rolled out and turned into a divine art. It blasted toward the 3 people. There was a scream. The 3 people flew out on the spot. The 3 combat swords also flew out of their hands. The 3 beasts seized the opportunity. They rushed forward and bit the 3 people. Their sharp fangs bit the 3 people into pieces. Then, they raised their heads and swallowed them in one breath. Li Dashan and the others were shocked by this scene. 3 perfect Sir Gods were actually swallowed alive by them just like that. It was terrifying. This feels so good. The 3 Black Panthers laughed and looked at the 3 combat swords. There was a trace of greed in their eyes. I just needed a divine artifact. Here they are. 3 idiots. They cursed and took the 3 divine artifacts as if it was a matter of course. Thank you so much. Li Yuntai cupped his hands and smiled. It's nothing. The 3 Black Panthers waved their claws and looked up at the sky. They were slightly stunned. Where was Fu Wentai? Li Yuntai, Li Dashan, and his wife, Li Yuan, and the people in the village were also stunned. Their attention was on the 3 Black Panthers. They didn't notice that Fu Wentai had disappeared. They didn't know when he slipped away. Li Dashan landed in front of Li Yuntai and looked at the 3 Black Panthers with fear. He returned the black saber to Li Yuntai and said in a deep voice, Yuntai, this Fu Wentai must be killed. Li Yuntai nodded. This time it was 3 people from the Heavenly Feather Village. Who knew who it would be next time? If they didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble. However, there was no way to find Fu Wentai now. Li Dashan took a divine life pill and a spiritual sea pill and shouted, All phenomenal Sir Gods, get ready. Follow me to the Heavenly Feather Village. Li Yuntai was stunned and asked, why are we going to the Heavenly Feather Village? They dared to come to our Cloud Mountain village. Of course, we have to pay them back. Li Dashan grinned. They are all dead. The others in the Heavenly Feather Village are innocent. Isn't it inappropriate to do this? Li Yuntai frowned. Li Dashan's meaning was clear. He was going to take people to the Heavenly Feather Village. Yuntai, you are too soft-hearted. Li Dashan pointed to the 3 Black Panthers and said, if it weren't for their help today, do you think the Heavenly Feather Village would let us go? I'm afraid that our Cloud Mountain village would be in a bloodbath now. Brother Yuntai, I agree with Brother Dashan. Village leader, we agree too. These people are too much. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how powerful our Cloud Mountain village is. That's right. We have to deter them. Let the villages within a radius of 1 million miles not dare to trouble our Cloud Mountain village again. Led by Li Yuan, the villagers also roared angrily. Li Yuntai glanced at everyone, looked at Li Dashan, and said, be careful. Don't worry. When my Sea of Qi is restored, it will be their doomsday. Li Dashan grinned. About an hour later, Li Dashan and his wife led the dozen or so phenomenal Sir Gods in the village to the Heavenly Feather Village. Father, you are finally well. Li He ran to Li Yuntai and smiled happily. Yes. Li Yuntai nodded and rubbed Li his head. He sighed and said, Xiao He, you see, this world is not as beautiful as you think. Li He fell silent. The things that had happened in the past few days had indeed given her quite a shock. Li Yuntai was ready to teach Li He a lesson. Otherwise, with Li his naive personality, she would suffer a lot when she left the village in the future. Brother Yuntai, how did you reconstruct your body so quickly? Did you get some magical elixirs? Li Yuan calmly asked with a smile. Li Yuntai glanced at the attic halfway up the mountain and said with a smile, I did get some opportunities, but I can't tell you. And you want to keep it a secret from us? Brother Yuntai, that's not very nice of you. Li Yuan said half-jokingly. Ha. Li Yuntai laughed and didn't say anything else. Li Yuntai, it's over. We'll leave first. The 3 Black Panthers glanced at the villagers and said to Li Yuntai, thank you. Li Yuntai thanked them again. The 3 Black Panthers smiled proudly and flew up the mountain with their heads held high. In the garden, Qin Feiyang sat alone in the pavilion, drinking tea leisurely. Before, he noticed that Fu Wentai was coming with people, so he asked Li Yuntai and the 3 Black Panthers to help. Master, thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, Cloud Village would be doomed today. How was it? Are you satisfied with our performance? The 3 beasts flew over, turned into palm-sized beasts and landed beside Qin Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang with flattery. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Qin Feiyang nodded. One of the Black Panthers asked cautiously, then your control over us, don't worry. When I leave Cloud Village, I'll remove your control. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay. The 3 Black Panthers nodded and laughed. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup, took out a neatly folded piece of paper and put it on the stone table. He looked at the 3 Black Panthers and said with a smile, I have a task for you. What task? The 3 beasts were suspicious. Open it and see. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he continued drinking his tea. Chapter 2363. I'm in love with you. Translator, the 3 black leopards looked at each other and jumped onto the stone table. They grabbed the paper on the table and opened it. Nirvana divine fruit, earth flame flower, sky flame grass, green pear divine wood, Mother Earth chaos divine ginseng, fire condensation divine jade, 9th grade immortal lotus. The 3 beasts looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, these seem to be medicinal herbs? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the 3 beasts looked at the paper again. Beside each medicinal herb, there was a lifelike pattern. One of the black leopards asked, are you going to refine some pills? Don't worry about that. Just help me find these medicinal herbs. If there are enough, I will reward you. Qin Feiyang laughed. These were the medicinal herbs of the Nirvana divine pill and the chaos divine pill. There were a total of 7. But each of them was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. However, the so-called rare ones were in other places. In this divine land, it was definitely not difficult to find. For example, the Nirvana divine tree and Mother Earth chaos divine ginseng. What reward? The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. They didn't care about pills or anything like that. But when they heard the word reward, their eyes lit up. In the past few days in the Black Tortoise realm, although the Fire Lotus didn't tell them anything, as perfect god-monarch beasts, how could they be stupid? Looking at the magical castle and the vast Black Tortoise realm, they had long guessed that this person definitely had a great background. Then the reward this person gave would naturally not be ordinary. I'll give you whatever you want. For example, a legendary divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said. The three beasts' eyes trembled, and their breathing became rapid. A legendary divine artifact. This was simply a huge temptation. Okay. We will definitely do our best. That's right, we'll turn this area upside down for you. The three beasts hurriedly roared, their blood gushing out. For a legendary divine artifact, it was worth it to risk their lives. Then I'll wait for your good news. At the same time, I have to take care of Cloud Mountain Village. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. Let's go to Li Yuntai now and ask him for an image crystal. As long as we have the image crystal, we can rush back as soon as we receive news that Cloud Mountain Village is in trouble. San Shou said. All right, make your own arrangements. Qin Feiyang smiled and drank the last mouthful of tea. He stood up, put away the tea set, and disappeared from the attic. Brothers, we must cherish this opportunity. One of the black leopards looked at the other two black leopards and said excitedly, yes. For the legendary artifact, do your best. The other two black panthers roared. Then, they went to ask Li Yuntai for the image crystal. At the same time, south of Cloud Mountain Village, deep in the mountains. In the night, a black-clothed man was panting as he sat on the mountain peak. His forehead was covered in sweat. This person was Fu Wentai. I didn't expect that the three beasts of Seven Birds Mountain would be subdued by him. I didn't expect that bastard to be in Cloud Mountain Village all this time. Fu Wentai was very angry. The person who made him angry was naturally Qin Feiyang. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would have died in Cloud Mountain Village like the three from Skyfeather Village. No, I can't let this go. Fu Wentai lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, his eyes flashed coldly. He stood up and looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain Village. He sneered. You think you'll be fine with the three beasts protecting you? Just wait, the best part is yet to come. Then, he opened a legendary altar and left. Early morning. The sun rose from the east and a new day had arrived. Li Dashan and his wife finally returned with the dozen or so divine lords. Just like the last time they went to Black Mountain Village, everyone was murderous. How is it? The villagers had been waiting for them. When they saw them return, they immediately went up to them. The leader was Li Yuntai. His body was rebuilt and he didn't need to cultivate in seclusion anymore. Plus, he was worried, so he didn't leave. It's all done. Don't leave anyone from Skyfeather Village. We brought back all the treasures, spirit veins, and crystal veins. Li Dashan smiled. You've worked hard. Li Yuntai patted Li Dashan's shoulder and looked at the others. You've worked hard too. For the village, it's nothing. Brother Yuntai, do you know? The Heavenly Feather Village actually has a rank 1 divine grade soul vein and a rank 1 divine grade crystal vein. The dozen or so divine lords were excited. That's great. Cloud Mountain Village will definitely become stronger. Li Yuntai laughed. Everyone, go and rest. Madam, you go back and rest too. Yuntai and I will go and count the results of this battle. Li Dashan looked at the black-clothed woman and the divine lords and smiled. Okay. Then we'll go back first. The dozen or so divine lords responded and left with smiles on their faces. The black-clothed woman glanced at Li Yuntai and sent a voice transmission. Dashan, are you going to make a move now? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Li Dashan thought. That's good. Li Yuntai has Jiao Xiaosan's support and his body has been reconstructed. Bear with it if you can. The black-clothed woman secretly reminded Li Yuntai. She nodded at Li Yuntai and flew to the attic halfway up the mountain. Everyone, let's go. Li Yuntai looked at the villagers. The villagers left in twos and threes. Soon. Only Li Yuntai, Li Dashan, and Li Yuan were left. Li Yuan stood beside Li Yuntai with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Li Yuan, don't do it. Li Dashan noticed Li Yuan's expression and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Li Yuan thought. This is a good opportunity. I can kill him as long as I reach out my hand. If we kill him, will Jiao Xiaosan let us go? Let's not talk about Jiao Xiaosan first. Those 3 Black Panthers are enough to cut us into pieces, Li Dashan said angrily. Li Yuan was shocked. That's right. With Jiao Xiaosan helping Li Yuntai, it would be difficult to make a move. Li Yuntai didn't notice this at all. He looked at Li Dashan and sighed. Dashan, I'm sorry about what happened. What do you mean? Li Dashan was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. He actually apologized to him? That was unprecedented. These days, when I was reshaping my body, I seriously thought about it. In fact, sometimes I need to be more ruthless. Li Yuntai said. So that's why. Li Dashan suddenly understood. But he sneered in his heart. Wasn't it too late to realize it now? Li Yuntai said with a smile, let bygones be bygones. In the future, we will work together to protect the village. Not only to protect the village, but also to make the village stronger. Li Dashan smiled. That's right. Li Yuntai nodded and said with a smile, I thought you wouldn't reconcile with me so easily. What words? No matter what, we are from the same village. Li Dashan said with a smile. Li Yuntai smiled with relief and turned to Li Yuan. You have to be nicer to Dashan in the future. Got it. Li Yuan nodded. But Li Yuntai didn't know that the 2 of them were in cahoots and even wanted to kill him. Let's go and count the trophies. Li Yuntai smiled and pulled the 2 of them to fly to the attic. Li Dashan was also beaming with joy, but he was secretly transmitting his voice to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, have you asked Li Yuntai how he managed to reconstruct his body in just a few days? Yes. But he didn't say anything. But I noticed that he glanced at Jiao Xiaosan's residence. Li Yuan said to himself. Jiao Xiaosan, Li Dashan's eyes flashed and he transmitted a message. It seems that Li Yuan's reshaping of his body and the 3 black leopards' reshaping of their bodies have something to do with Jiao Xiaosan. Who on earth is this man? He actually reshaped their bodies in a few days. Li Dashan and Li Yuan were both secretly pondering. After washing the Black Mountain village and the Heavenly Feather village with blood and obtaining all the treasures of the 2 villages, the whole village was jubilant. In the evening, the village even held a celebratory feast. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Dashan glanced at the dark hillside, then looked at Li Yuntai sitting next to him and said, Yuntai, it's actually Jiao Xiaosan's credit that we were able to defeat the Black Mountain village and the Heavenly Feather village. Why don't we invite him down for a few drinks? Yes. We can't forget his great contribution. Li Yuan patted his head and said. The black-clothed woman also smiled and said, Brother Yuntai, you should go and invite him in person. Li Yuntai shook his head with a wry smile and said, It has nothing to do with my face. You don't know his character. Why? The 3 of them looked at him suspiciously. He's very antisocial. He doesn't like to be disturbed, and he doesn't like the noisy atmosphere we have now. So, we'd better not disturb him, lest he gets angry and leaves. Then our Cloud Mountain village will have no one to rely on in the future. Li Yuntai said. I see. Li Dashan couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He wasn't pretending to be disappointed. He was really disappointed. Because if he wanted to kill Li Yuntai, he had to kill Qin Feiyang first. And if he wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, he definitely couldn't do it openly. He had to sneak attack him when he was unprepared. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to call Qin Feiyang out. When he was drunk, he would take the opportunity to kill him. But unexpectedly, Li Yuntai didn't cooperate with him. But he didn't dare to force him for fear of exposing his flaws. He changed the topic and said, "Where are the 3 black panthers? Why haven't I seen them?" "They went out," Li Yuntai said. "Went out?" Li Das-han and the other 2 looked at each other. "I don't know where they went, either. Not long after you went to the Heavenly Feather Village, they came to me and asked for an image crystal. They said to send a message to them if there was anything, and then they left without saying a word." Li Yuntai said. "One is really weirder than the other. All right. Forget about them. Come on, let's continue to drink," Li Das-han said with a smile. Li Yuntai was also unprecedentedly happy. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Time passed like this, day by day. Since the Heavenly Feather Village was massacred, Cloud Mountain Village became famous. The people in the nearby villages didn't expect that Cloud Mountain Village, which had always been low-key, would be so terrifying. And Cloud Mountain Village returned to its former peace. However, this kind of peaceful days didn't last long. The real disaster of Cloud Mountain Village was coming.